What's up, guys? What is up? Oh, can't use all my energy at the start of the stream. I have work to do today. I have to fix yesterday's problems. I'm pretty confident we can do it. I was thinking about it today in the shower. About the method that I was intending to do yesterday and then the method that I want to try today. They'll both work. But I'm going to try the new method because I think that it is mathematically a little bit less safe. It's a little bit more risky, in my opinion. But it's also just a million times easier, and I don't think the math isn't really that complex, right? Like, if we just store a integer reference to the array item, the math is easy. If we add a new potion to the inventory, it will never cause a problem, because it's always going to be added to the end. The only time we have to care is when we remove a potion, and all we have to do is check, hey, is one of the potions we removed just from the hotbar? Okay, if so, wipe the hotbar, item. And if not, just make sure to adjust all the hotbar items indices to account for the removal of that array item. Which is really easy. It's really easy to do. I don't know. I think I was just initially afraid because it was like, well, that's a little bit risky because but storing a copy, storing the actual potion data in the hotbar slot is pretty much the same thing. It just makes it a lot harder to check and do all these things with. So that's my thinking. Potion hotbar. That is a structure. I'm gonna keep it. Should I keep it a structure? Should I make it an array? I'm just making an array. I'll make it an array of integers. We'll never add anything to that array. We'll never remove an index. We will just change existing indices. This should be easy. That should be easy. Well, that's gonna start by causing some problems. We want to make sure, you guys are probably covering it with the chat, but they need to be -1 to be null, to be empty. Because of course index 0 is the first item in the array. We want it to be -1 to say, hey, this is an empty slot. It does not represent any array items. Not data. Core function library. We're gonna have to change the function libraries for doing things with a hotbar. So get hotbar and get hotbar slot, update hotbar. Those are all going to be invalid. We'll try to compile it just so we have a list of things that are wrong. Update hotbar. We'll do slot index. And potion. Slot index and inventory index. Yeah, we don't even need to check passing null potion. That's not a thing anymore. We'll still want to set by reference, but the math is going to be a bit simpler. Potion hotbar. Get a reference. At slot index. And the target, and then the value is inventory index. And that's it. Most of the work is going to be, I mean, the work, it really isn't that tough. We're just going to have to... We'll have to make one new function for just grabbing a potion from a integer value. We could put that in our... Well, hold on, let me think. No, we can put it in the function library. I was thinking briefly if we could put it in the macro library, but we can't because it will have execute. Well, we can, but if it has execution, I might as well just throw it in the function library. Macro library is nice if you just have some like quick math to do. Really good for math. And just condensing all those shitty nodes into one. Okay, update hotbar is good. Get hotbar. We just want to return the array. Get hotbar slot. We'll change this to slot index. Potion index. Check if potion is in hotbar. I guess I could still utilize this function. Hey Travis, how you doing? I'm doing well. How's your Tuesday? You alright? Getting ready for bed is 2. Well, hey, I'm happy to see you at all. I appreciate it. Don't stay up late, you have school tomorrow. No playing your Game Boy Color. You remember those days when you had to, you know, it didn't have a backlight, of course, right? So you had to play it with like a book light. And you're like laying in bed with the book light and just like super close to your face. Am I the only one that did that? Oh, what was the console that had a backlight? I think it was something from Nintendo. Wait. First handheld game console with a back. The Atari Lynx? Yeah, when did Nintendo start doing it? Oh, wait, no, it wasn't the Game Boy Advance. Oh, the Game Boy Advance AGS-001 had front light and backlight. Crazy. I remember that. That was huge. That was huge for kids who wanted to stay up playing their games. Yeah. Because now you didn't need a booklight to do it. Absolutely wild. What a console, too. This was such a good console. You never had that one? I remember my first really cool one, I bought it at a fair without my parents' approval, of course. Because they would have wanted to regulate how much time I spent on it. I don't remember what color I had, though. But I had a Game Boy Color. And that was awesome. You had the clear purple one, like this one? Dude, you must have been so popular. Dude, you have one of the clear ones? Holy shit. We need to bring this aesthetic back, by the way. I miss this electronics aesthetic where you could see through to all the circuitry. Low-key the greatest era of electronics. And they used to have like a clear plastic game controllers. I remember they had those for PS2. Oh yeah, and for GameCube. The coolest stuff. It has 64 like that too? Dude, that's so cool. I miss this shit. What an era. Yo, bring your controller, let's play Medal of Honor. Miss those days. How's the game coming along? It's going well. We're working on a new inventory right now, which can handle both potions and ingredients. And we'll have a hotbar. You can see down here. And we're still, you know, fixing some stuff that we made mistakes with yesterday, but we did have it working where you could put stuff into the hotbar yesterday, but I need to redo some of the logic. And then we'll have to bug fix like crazy. You can't drag ingredients. So yeah, we'll get there. Bug fix, yeah. What's that again? Let's make it a feature. Yeah, where it's just we're inspired by Goat Simulator and the essence and the fact that we don't fix bugs, except if they're crashes. God, that's such an easy way to get away with so many things. Yeah, it's like a publisher comes to you. Yeah, we played your demo, but it had a lot of bugs. Oh, that's because we're inspired by Goat Simulator. Yeah, that's just part of it. You know, I really should just make this into a macro. Good Morning. Did you recently watch that? By the way, that is a good movie. Good Morning Vietnam. I need to watch that again. How you doing, Bubby Bite? My game has so many bugs, but they're hard to work around because it's all physics. Sim on the pond. Oof. Forces and torques being applied, tossing at weird directions. You just use it. Okay. It's not a movie that a lot of people know about. But I mean, with Robin Williams being dead, I think that it's worth a watch. Need an execution. What's it's if, right? No, it's execute. Makes it invisible. And then to make the other one visible, we can do then. Super Unreal hacks. And we can do a compact node of GI. You're off to bed. Take care, Travis. Sleep well. Your comedy himself, yeah. I think the good thing is we'll always have new great comedians to look forward to, right? Like nowadays we have Dave Chappelle and oh fuck, what's his name? I'm blanking. Redhead. Angry. Was in Breaking Bad too, which I always laugh at. You guys know what I mean. Every time I get on stream, I'm just stupid. I forget every single thing that's in my head. Now that's a good node. That saves space. Site is a weird thing. I always mention people must regret it at point of no return. And that really makes you wonder. It's like, what if people do have a soul? You know, what if they do? What if there is some afterlife where we could theoretically reach out and ask these people, what were they thinking? Do they regret it? Makes you wonder. We don't need a break. Potion hotbar, array element. That's a waste. That's a waste. We'll just check if it's equal. We only need to do one check here, and that's if it's equal. If true, add a return node is in hotbar. Otherwise, false. Okay, I think that's the. Wait, we needed one. We needed one more function. I don't remember what for though. Update hotbar, get hotbar, get hotbar. If I need it, I'll remember it. We'll keep it open. New guy jumped off a building. So weird, but no signs of him being suicidal, but just that moment he jumped. He must regret, but I don't know, I always wonder. Yeah, sometimes you just do things that... I mean, you have impulses. I mean, God forbid there's a lot of kids that do that stuff too, and... You know, it's just they don't have their executive functions fully formed, and they just make that impulsive decision to... You know, if they got, like, they were maybe bullied, or... Their girlfriend or boyfriend broke up with them. They just don't have that developed brain to look past that moment, because to them, that is their entire world, not this blurry future of what adulthood looks like that they have no frame of reference to determine, other than the fact that their parents probably work a lot because they have to make money and look after the kids. So it's like this, you always get this depressive view of what being an adult is, because you look at your parents who have to be parents, but not all of adulthood is being a parent. Update tab color. This is inventory list. We want to update inventory hotbar slot and inventory item first. Inventory item on drag detected. Setup widget. We pass the dragged potion data. That's because we store that. What we need to do is reconfigure this so that we only store the index, and using the index, we grab the potion. I think that's the function that I needed to make, was grab a potion from a potion index. Get potion from index. This will be another really easy one. I know we need to do inventory first. Inventory. Break. Potions. Get. Easy. Being dead is much like when you pass out. I've tried passing out 2 times. It's so fucking scary. Look at them up. Don't remember the moment before passing out. You just wake up after not knowing what the fuck's going on. I mean, I've passed out from being drunk. I don't know if that's the same. Okay, not talking about drunk passing, okay. Those are the only times I've passed out. And I'm pretty sure one time too, I should have been hospitalized for how much I drank. Like, there was one time where I was, in hindsight, dangerously drunk. At one point I remember throwing up, and I'm pretty sure there was blood in that. Which is, not good. I think when we create inventory items, so that's going to be in the inventory list. We load widget, switch tab. Yeah, we need to pass this index to setup item. Potion index. Being dead is simply not existing. So before you were born, you didn't exist. After you die, you won't exist, so I don't think there's more to it. There might not be. There may very well not be. The right one, right? I think so. In about 75 years, I will know. I don't know how old you are now. I don't think I'm living to 75. If I make it to 75, it'll be a miracle. It'll be celebrated on all of the hologram, TikTok, interwebs, whatever the future holds. You still want to pass potion? We don't need to pass potion data. We don't need to pass potion data. We just need to update this. Realistically, the only thing we need to pass is the array index. $23 now, aiming for the 100. Look, if you can get some young kids to become organ donors and then die, maybe that's possible. Nope, nobody clip that. Don't clip that, that's gonna get me in trouble. But it's true. It's true. If you want to make it to 100, the best case scenario is either eat like you're living in Japan for your whole life, or get some young kids to be organ donors and, I don't know, top of the list, right? Oh, it is. You have to ask yourself, why is there an organ black market? And the reason is simple. People need organs. So if you need organs, you know, connect the dots here. This took a dark turn. That's how we do it. Couldn't we store ingredient data very similarly? I think we should. It ingredient. My God, that scared me. It scared me so much. You never expect Goku. So I'll say this: I'm not a Dragon Ball watcher. It's not that, like, I hate it or anything. I never grew up with it, and it doesn't really appeal to me. Is there anybody who is a fan of Dragon Ball and is going to watch the new show Daima? You just tried this sound. Okay, so that's Goku from Dragon Ball, and that's specifically the Japanese voice actress for Goku. As it is a old lady who plays Goku. I forget her name. Goku voice actor. Masako Nozawa. This very kind old lady who plays Goku. Kind of similar to I think that happens a lot, is that you'll get adult female voice actors to play younger male characters in shows, just because then you can get a younger sounding voice that is very acceptable as like a male voice, but you get a seasoned actress. Gotta get that helium sound. I forget her name. Oh God. Pamela Adlon. This lady. She's played a lot of cartoon characters because she's got a voice. Got a voice that works for it. Okay, ingredients. So we want to pass ingredients there too. So instead of potion index, it'll just be the array index. Or I guess we can just do inventory index. And then we'll do the same thing here. We don't care about potion data or ingredient data. Get ingredient from index. What does you need to have that blueprint watermark? Chill out, guys. That is kind of weird, isn't it? There's a widget blueprint. I never really thought about it, but yeah, why does it have that? Like, I know it's a widget. I can see parent class user widget up here. I get it. I name my things WBP for widget blueprint. I know what I'm looking at. Oh, that's grabbing the ingredient ID. We need to grab the ingredient structure. You know, I bet I could ban those bots by blacklisting viewers on. Edit. Look, we've gotten 145 of them by blocking best viewers on. 98 by blocking cheap viewers on. It only happened once. There was only one time where I had somebody come in, some bot come in and advertise OnlyFans. I'm surprised that's only happened once, especially because it's Twitch. And you'd think, well, you know, it's Twitch, right? She wasn't even that hot. She was like a 5 at best. Yeah, we need to change this to ingredient. The best Diz is telling a girl she looks like her OnlyFans is free. That's good. I like that, yeah. That's fucking funny. Just know we are in an incubation stage in society right now. We're in a very, very beautiful incubation stage where we're going to have an entire generation of kids growing up with their moms being OnlyFans models. Very, very soon here, we're going to start to see major repercussions of this. We've already seen a few of them, but we're going to see a lot more. It is sad. Like, I kind of, I make fun of it right now, but I have a major problem with it. Look, I have no problem with somebody who makes money doing whatever they want, right? You're an adult, do what the fuck you want. That's my belief as kind of a, I guess, libertarian in that regard, right? But Jesus Christ, if you are a parent or have any serious plans of being a parent, understand how that might affect a kid in school, to know that other people in school can pull up nude pictures of you with very little effort and show your child. And God forbid it's more than just a solo OnlyFans if you do it with your husband or random men. My God. Would you ever spend money on OnlyFans viewing stuff adult? I think it's because it's more like they're new porn stars, right? So it's not like, hey, I just want porn. I want porn of this girl that I think is really hot. And usually most places lock that stuff behind paywalls. But it is sad. Like, it is. It's trauma. It's gonna traumatize kids. Inventory drag drop. We right now we get the potion data, but that's not a thing anymore. So what we want to pass instead of the potion data is going to be the inventory index. We'll change this to dragged potion index. Isn't your mom naked gonna be the biggest bully line ever? It's not even gonna be that they have seen it. They will have it on their smartphone. They will show it. They will show someone railing your mom to you. There's gonna be this new massive wave of mommy issues. Like, you're gonna have some kids that get traumatized. You're gonna have some kids that get turned on and now they're attracted to their mom and subscribe to their mom's OnlyFans. Hey, Oats in the Night. You joined at a very weird time. Very, very weird time. What did I just join? We're talking about how there's going to be a new generation of children that are going to have some serious issues because their moms do OnlyFans. And they're going to be bullied for it. They're going to be shown pictures or videos of their moms doing stuff. Set up a dragged potion. Yeah, we passed the icon directly. From held potion data. Instead of taking held potion data, we need to get potion from index, break, icon. I know about the real world too much. I've seen things. I've seen OnlyFans you can only speculate about. I was born in the darkness, molded by it. I didn't see the light of Pornhub until I was already a man, and by then, I was too far gone. What am I even saying at the moment? What am I doing? You wouldn't believe it, I'm a farmer. What do you farm? Farmer from Texas. Fuck yeah. Shout out to Texas. What a state. Elon. I like Texas. Texas is good. You farm chickens. Oh, cool, dude. That is my favorite food is chicken. And you're also a game designer. Oh, nice. I mean, that sounds like it sounds like we were made for each other. You do game design, I do game design. You farm chickens, I eat chickens. I've probably eaten your chickens at some point in my life, Odin. I don't know if that's true because I lived up in Wisconsin, so I don't know if they would import Texan chicken all the way from. Yeah, I probably haven't. No, I have been to Texas 3 times. I've been to, where have I had chicken? I would have had chicken in Austin, Texas, and I would have had chicken down at Brownsville. Oh, your chickens don't get cooked. Okay, so you just make, you get eggs? Have I had eggs in Texas? I had eggs in Texas. You know, I don't know if I've had eggs in Texas. But my dad has, though. So maybe my dad has eaten your chicken eggs. Okay, where else is this being referenced? Quite a lot of areas. These aren't being called anymore, though. But they will be called. But I think instead of passing health potion data through, we can pass through an index. Bro, there's another story when it comes to this farm. He also does mechanic work. Wow. You sound like a busy family. We don't need this. My dad's a mechanic too. Oh shit. Do some work, maybe I'll tune in later. Take care, Bubby Bite. Thanks for having a very weird talk about OnlyFans with me. The only one who's not a mechanic. Hey, it's good to have mechanics in the family, at least. It's like having a doctor or a dentist in the family, right? Oh yeah, you know what, we'll just remove that for the moment. Remove potion from inventory. I don't think we use that. We can delete that entire function from this. Grab potion data. It's not an interface. We'll just unhook that. I was a truck driver one time. I had a friend growing up whose dad was a truck driver. A cool dude. Very chill. Highlighted selected potion inventory ref. Potion type for commission. I don't think we use that either here. Yeah, we don't. We can delete that. Set potion type text. Also don't use that. Update type for commission. Get potion type. B is potion, slotted index is slotted inventory index. Yeah, we keep that. What are you making, the widget? Yeah, I'm making a new inventory for our game. And we're gonna have a hotbar now because we're gonna have potion combat. So our game's like a alchemy game, and you can make potions and then throw them. Did I just crash the engine? I did. Okay, sounds about right. You know how in Inception, everybody has that trinket that they use to determine if they're in the real world or the dream world? I use Unreal crashing, and if it crashes, I know that I'm still in the real world. If it doesn't crash, not a problem. You can make them to fight, so you prepare them ahead of time, kind of like with Witcher, right? Let me back up. So you make potions that you can give to NPCs for their journeys. You can drink them yourself, you can use them in combat, or you can sell them to merchants. So it's kind of like we have this core system of alchemy that can then be used in multiple places in the world. Also to solve environmental puzzles, clear obstacles, platform in some cases. And I'm making the inventory for potions and ingredients. Or at least the prototype of it. So if we pick up some ingredients, we have our potions, we have our ingredients. And only potions can be dragged into the hotbar, but I went down a bad direction yesterday, and I'm trying to redo it today so that it's a bit better. And I think by today we'll have this working, we'll have the info panel for whatever you're highlighted over, and we'll have it working to drag them into the hotbar and remove them. I feel pretty confident about it. So it wouldn't be great to make it while in battle to add tension during the battle. The thing is, our potion making system is pretty large. And you can combine any ingredients you want to make any potion you want. And you can also process those ingredients into different forms. That is the only issue, is that it's a very difficult thing to take on the go. Drop potion index. That should be okay. The information we're passing to the drag is okay. What we need to do is update the hotbar slot. See, what if the player runs out? What then? If the player runs out of potions, then they'll need to come back and make some more potions. How about preparation? But the combat is not going to be so involved that it requires a billion potions to do things. I think the let me pull up the information I passed to the combat designer of our user stories. Where did I put that? As a developer. Because it is like a casual to mid-core type of game, right? So as a developer, I want the combat to be accessible but not shallow. As a developer, I don't mind the player brute forcing standard enemies. As a developer, I would like enemies to have mechanical weaknesses that must be overcome by countering them with effects. So for instance, if there's armor, you can counter that by using an effect that destroys the armor, right? Rather than there being like health bars and you have to worry about dealing health damage, it's more about countering the mechanical effects of the enemy. As a developer, I would like the player to use as few potions as possible to dispatch an enemy, but for that not to mean that enemies only have one weakness or line of defense that needs to be overcome. As a developer, I want effects to have multiple uses for combat, drinking by the player, traversal and exploration, puzzle solving, and NPC commissions. Avoid one-use niche effects. Like acid potion versus armor? Exactly, yeah. As a developer, I would like effects to have some interplay and potential for combination. And as a developer, I would like effects to interact with environment, and for the environment to interact with effects. So for instance, if a creature that you set on fire with an immolate effect goes into the water, that immolate effect gets put out. So for instance, like a simple, like a fire slime might have like 1 bar of health. And by throwing maybe even just something as simple as water on it and put it out and destroy it. Mostly programming in Unreal, so I know a good bit. I've been in Unreal for like 10, 11 years. However long Unreal Engine 4 has been out, I've been using Unreal. I love it. My favorite. On drop. Okay, we deleted everything on drop yesterday. Setup widget, we store potion data. We don't want to store potion data anymore. We want to store the potion index. It's potion from index. Make it look pretty. There we go, that's fixed. But only programming in Unreal for 2 years. Like doing C++ programming or doing blueprints and stuff. But hey, any programming you have, I can respect. I all too often meet Unreal, like game designers who work in Unreal who don't know programming. They don't mess with blueprints. I'm like, dude, where do you expect your career to go in Unreal if you don't know blueprints? Let me just ask that. Operation. We need to cast to drag drop. Yeah, blueprints just open up a whole new world, don't they? Setup widget is occupied. I think that'll work unless I miss something, which I might have. Okay, that's a good start. We're pretty much back to where we were yesterday, but with a much simpler bit of work here. We still need to propagate back to the potion inventory, which slot has been occupied. That's easy to do. Let's start with that. Learn a lot on how it works and I try my best to avoid using cast 2. The thing is, cast 2 is not bad if you know that the item is going to be loaded. The danger comes where you're going to be loading things that aren't relevant to the scene. But if you're casting to, for instance, a lot of like widgets that are going to be loaded, well, it doesn't really cause that much of a problem. I think that there's been some fear-mongering when it comes to casting, but casting is sometimes unavoidable and oftentimes the best way to do it. Interfaces are a good measure if you are a little worried that you're asking for things that come from different levels or different scenes. But for instance, if I'm casting to like the game instance, which I do a lot, well, the game instance is going to be loaded because the game is loaded. Okay, propagate back to update tab. Place everything did with interface and a help slot. Interfaces are good. There's nothing wrong with using interface, but I also don't think there's there's usually not a bad usage of using casts if you are careful with your casting. I say, well, if the player's inventory is loaded, every single one of these widgets that I'm modifying is going to be loaded. No question. So casting between them is okay for a prototype, especially because the goal of a prototype is not to be perfectly coded, it's to do things quickly. The vertical slice should be perfectly coded. Is slotted. Slotted in. Okay, we need to update slotted information when we drop. And that's going to be getting the widget reference. I don't have frame rate problems with my game, and I've been focusing more on optimization than gameplay. What's been going on in your game that you have frame rate problems? Is it just too many tick calls or something? Or is it something to do with rendering with the RHI? What was it called? It was update slotted information. Slot index is slotted. Just gotta figure out what was wrong with it. Do you have a lot of... I assume because you know about interfaces and casting, you probably don't have a lot of like bullshit on your event tick. Have you also tried testing the frame rate in the built version rather than in engine? I assume you have, right? Not trying to treat you as stupid or anything. I just don't know what your game is or anything. Perfect. Then on drop, what we need to do is check if the potion that we're dropping in already exists within the inventory hotbar. And if so, we need to remove it from the old hotbar slot and put it into the new one. Check if potion is in hotbar. Potion index. A lot of stuff on the event tick is kind of needed, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's not the problem. It's just, is there like some big, like, I don't know, looping that's being done every tick or something? I have a lot of line traces on tick right now. And then I have dynamic day-night cycle, right? So all of my shadows are dynamic. Because they have to be. And that definitely hurts the GPU a bit. And then materials being updated for weather too. So for like our snow or something. And if I don't force it, it will slowly change back and forth, so that can be a bit taxing on the system. But it's necessary to our gameplay, so. Hey, I don't think a line trace getting in front of the player is going to be a problem. Unless it's like some, I don't know, super complex line trace, right? But if it's just like, I don't know, like 150 units or something, or... Even so, that shouldn't be the problem. I doubt that would be it. But you can check with stats. You could do... Oops, stats. Stat game will give you some things. Then there'll be stat CPU load and stat. Oh god, what is it called? It's called unit. Stat unit. And also tell you specific hardware things. It was just 1600 and it's forgetting location. I mean, yeah, I don't think that would be the issue for frame rate. Will line trace? Yeah. I have a lot of transform stuff in the scene. Mostly going to be for items messed with wind, I think. Trying to make it work on a laptop from 2012. Were you testing it in engine as well? Were you getting like bad FPS in engine or on the build version of the game? I think we just do a branch if true. If it's in hotbar, you know, I want to return the index of it being in the hotbar too. Is in hotbar. Hotbar index. Made it using the laptop. My new PC going to be here soon, so it can be better. Yeah, if you're testing it and it's just like bad FPS in engine, then that's pretty normal. Especially for like an open world game. And on an old CPU. Because I'm using a CPU that's about 10 years old on this computer, and, you know, frame rate's kind of shit. But you get about 20, depending on your scene, 20 to 30 more FPS in the built game than in editor. Since you don't have all that debug stuff, and, you know, this is being rendered in the background while I'm testing, so... In a build, 28 FPS in the level. I mean, that could just be, like you said, it's from 2012. You know, you're using a CPU on a laptop, a mobile CPU, over 10 years old. Yeah, that was never meant to run Unreal games, if you ask me. Not 3D ones, at least. Now, if it's GPU, getting DLSS working in your game is pretty easy. And man, that helps a lot. I wonder if I could show stats. GPU. I think we're at about 18 right now total. Oh, I need to get rid of that MooBot alert. Yeah, we can take that down from 18 to about 15 by turning on DLSS, which is pretty cool. It's mostly shadows that eat up our GPU, though. Hold on, let me update MooBot. We're not doing our interview anymore. Timer. Edit. Game schedule. There we go. Yeah, shadows eat up a lot. Shadows and Lumen. Lumen is also pretty performance heavy. So if you're able to, I mean, you say it's disco level, so I don't imagine you can bake your lighting. Turn off Lumen, yeah, that's gonna help a lot with GPU. I like it, especially at night in my game. I love Lumen. It looks so good. Lumen, and then if I put volumetric fog on. We will let the lighting update here because I'm kind of forcing it. It looks pretty. Got some Aurora. Need the shadows because the character shadows on the wall dancing. I pretty much have all dynamic lighting in my scene, so it's just, I accept that this is going to be a pretty GPU heavy prototype. I'll let my art director do some things for the vertical slice to optimize. And then we have aspects like the water that I think are, I don't know, there's a lot of foliage in the water. But it is what it is. It's just a prototype. I like being able to see glowing stuff underneath the water. Kinda cool. Alright, what was I working on? Okay, yeah, check if potion is in hotbar. If it is in hotbar, we can grab that index and we need to remove it from the hotbar. Update hotbar. I think I have an update hotbar. Slot index, inventory index, -1. 2 years to make this game and I need to focus on the level design, not so much of an expert on. Tell me more about your game. I could hook you up with somebody who, admittedly, he's looking for a job right now. He I can't assume that you would pay for it, but he's a little bit busy right now trying to find a job because he needs money. But at the very least, he might be able to share some help on that because he's a level designer. Working in Unreal for, I don't know, like 5+ years? I don't know how long he's been in the industry. Inventory index. Ocean hot. We just need to tell the widget then the specific index of that to update and clear. Okay, we can do that. Fast-paced combat platformer, first 3D game. Yeah, I bet my friend would be open. He plays a lot of shooters and first-person shooters. Plays a lot of like Tarkov, which I know isn't fast-paced, but it's something, right? You want to see a video? Yeah, I do want to see a video. I'd love to see a video. You know, I followed somebody on Twitter this morning. You wouldn't be that person, would you? I followed somebody on Twitter this morning that was a farmer. It would be a crazy coincidence if you were the same person. Oh, you don't have a Twitter? Okay, okay. It's just a very, very specific coincidence. Like, it was an indie game developer who was funding his game by farming. Out of curiosity, did you prototype the movement first in your game? Made the movement first. See, I like to we do some like educational stuff on this channel, and one of the things that I tell people is like, hey, if you're making a game where it's fast paced, the movement is important, you should not give a shit about graphics first. Your first thing that you prototype should be your movement. It's the core to your game. And you don't need good looking art to prototype that. The movement's good. It's very fucking fluid, dude. It's really fluid. This is solid. This is really, really solid. If you ever get a build and you want some playtesting, send it my way. No questions asked. No payment necessary. I don't like to charge viewers for playtesting their games. I think that's kind of scummy. I'll charge publishers to playtest their games, not viewers. Yeah, you've got some in here. I think my only complaint with that, sometimes the effects are a little bit disorienting to watch. Sometimes, but that could also just be the video. You need to do some testing once I finish the arena for combat testing. Dude, I'd love to play this. I would love to test this out. How do you make the colored ghost trail? That is a good question. I like that you can ride the rockets too. I don't know what your plans to monetize this are, but you should share this video on social media. I could easily see some footage of this getting thousands of likes on Twitter. You get the right content creators to pick this up, you're golden. I know a few publishers too that would go crazy for a game like this. I love it. I like it a lot. Keep sharing updates with me. True update hotbar. And thank you, Oten, for the follow. Good luck on your fish. After that video, you deserve a very, very high quality fish. You got a you got a scooter. No. That's not a fish. I don't think we have a... hotbar index. Actually, we need to do 2 checks here. We need to do is in hotbar and the hotbar index is not equal to its own index. And then by all that is holy, please get rid of this spaghetti. You know, we'll go up with this. It would have been done in 2 months if I knew about interfaces and more on how Unreal works, because the movement and combat was done at the beginning, but the AI was terrible. I feel you. I know the biggest problem that I had starting Unreal Engine 4. I could follow the tutorials that Epic put out, no problem, but they didn't tell me how to communicate between blueprints, and figuring out how to do that was a challenge. Getting the project done is the main part. That's true. That's very true. That is why you're not called False Nightmare Gaming. Some music is gonna be False Daydream. Pretty good. I like that. How are you looking to fund your game, or are you looking to commercially release it? Because I do have some publisher contacts I could reach out to if you're looking for funding and publishing, importing, localization, all that stuff. Okay, just pass setup widget. We do on drop. Set potion index 1. And setup widget. You have no idea, but you're going to put it on Steam. I think that you have a pretty fluid, functional game that you could, if you wanted, self-publish. But you would need some sort of... You need a base that's ready to convert over to sales. I don't know what your intended PPU is, price per unit. I don't know how long your game is, how much gameplay you have, or if you're in that stage where you're still you know, crafting and honing the core part, and then you're ready to build out the content. You could go to Kickstarter as well for self-publishing, and I think you would be pretty successful in Kickstarter with the right Kickstarter campaign. But even on Kickstarter, you need to do a pre-campaign before there so that you can convert people over to your Steam page for wishlists and get the amount of money you need, right? There's a lot of great games that go on Kickstarter, but they don't have enough people to convert to backers beforehand, and so they're great games. They could receive that money if people had known that that game was on there looking for money. And that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but I could also hook you up with somebody that's successful at that. Very new to stuff like that. Yeah, no, True Nightmare Gaming, you're 100% right. You have to have a pre-campaign. You have to have people that know, hey, this game that I like, that I saw footage of, is needing funding, and it is on Kickstarter. And there are just too many sad cases of games that are exceptional on Kickstarter that could have gotten the funding they're looking for, but because nobody knew the game was on Kickstarter, it didn't receive the funding. There's a game that's out, and I think it still has a Kickstarter active right now called Athanasia, that I really want to see reach its goal. And this has a demo on Steam. And I mean, this just looks... This is a lot of fun to play. I really enjoyed the demo. But, you know, it's one of those cases where I don't think they had enough pre-Kickstarter interest in it, or people didn't know about it existing, and so it didn't really receive that much, it hasn't really received that much funding. Even though the game was really fun and really creepy. And the Kickstarter fund is voice actors and a guy who gives me tips because I can do everything else myself. Well, you could also fund additional content, right? And there's also a bit of a rainy day fund. So even if you only need, let's say, $5,000 to continue working on the game, yeah, go ahead, ask for $5,000 or ask for, even better, $2,500. You will get the $5,000 with the right amount of people that are ready to back it, and you'll probably get more than that. And then that way you can say, okay, well, now I have enough money, I could make an expansion for free. I could localize this into additional languages. I could add some character custom, you know, something cosmetic to the game, right? So something that is just extra to the core features, like character customization, or I don't know, whatever you think is right for your game. Or use that money to help market the game, right? Well, I'm just using examples. I don't know what's best for your game. Okay, why is that not working? It's in hotbar and is not the same as the slot. I think too, you could use money to. I mean, let's be honest. I'd probably use some money to pay for a UI designer. Like if you have a really good looking UI, a really clean, readable UI for your game, it's going to feel so much more professional from a visual standpoint. And I'm not saying the game it looks bad right now, but just new UI could really help. And that can cost a little bit of money. You don't need it, then you don't need a Kickstarter, but it would be worth drawing hype. It's true. You can convert a lot of your backers to Steam. Like even people who are like, well, I'm gonna wishlist this game, or I'm gonna play a demo. So like going to Steam Next Fest. I always say this because we play Steam Next Fest games on stream. We also look at Kickstarter games on stream. At the end of every month, we look at Kickstarter games. The one biggest mistake that I see is great games on Steam Next Fest that have not aligned Next Fest with their Kickstarter campaign. And it's so easy to do to say, okay, my game's going to be on Next Fest on these dates. At the end of the demo, or at the main menu, we'll say, also, our game is on Kickstarter. If you like it, back it now. You'll get the game for cheaper than when it's on Steam. And you can get people from Steam to convert over to backers, and you can get people from who only know Kickstarter to jump over to Steam and to check out your game during Next Fest. And they'll just feed into each other in this beautiful tango. So if you haven't done Next Fest yet, make a really good vertical slice. Go to Next Fest, sign up for Next Fest, and then schedule your Kickstarter campaign to run at the same time. You'll get hype. And I'll cover it on this channel because I cover all Kickstarter games. Yeah, your movement is solid. Movement is really solid. So, okay, and I load it up right now. Need the Steamworks Next Fest. There we go. It is a big festival on Steam that promotes demos for their games. I need a picture of it. Okay, this is in a different language, but it's in German, but it still works. So you'll see like Next Fest, and you'll have a whole bunch of different genres. People can choose genres they like and are shown games that have demos. Every single game on Next Fest has a demo. You can only do Next Fest once for your game. But it's a very important one to do correctly. And if you do it correctly, you can garner a lot of hype and interest in your game and gain a lot of wish lists. And here is, I will actually just share this page. I think this has a lot of information on it. And then at the same time, you can run your Kickstarter campaign and convert people over to Kickstarter from your Steam Next Fest. But there's so many games that don't do that right now, and it's very upsetting. It's like, oh, we did our Next Fest, 2 months ago. It's like, well, why didn't you also do your Kickstarter 2 months ago? Or we're going to be at the next Next Fest, but we're not at this one. So we want your money, but you can't try our game yet until 2 months from now when the Kickstarter's over. What the fuck are you doing? Sharing some footage of your game on social media would be a really good start, though. Even if it looks like this, I would not be worried. If people see your movement and see some of your gameplay, they'll take an interest. But unless you have like a Kickstarter page, demo, a Steam page for wish lists. If you don't have anything to convert them to, you'll get a lot of likes and interest, but you're not going to really, that's not really going to translate to anything that's of financial benefit to you. Because when you go to a publisher, they're going to ask, well, how many Steam wish lists do you have? How many people do you have interested in your game yet? And if you have that base to start with, you have a better negotiating position for asking for more money or for a better deal. Try to shut it off, but I don't think I'm at the right places to show it. Yeah, are you at your vertical slice yet with your game? Or are you still working towards your vertical slice? Okay, false. Although why that didn't go in there is weird. Hey, Mr. Phoebo, thank you. Yeah, still working on it to level design is a pain for me. Are you in Discord by chance? Why is it not finding it? Are we properly updating the hotbar? That should be -1. If you'd rather be solo, I understand completely, but if you'd like, I can hook you up with a level designer with Unreal experience. That could either, he could also just give you tips, but he could also perform some help. He is looking for more work to add to his portfolio, so if you're open to that's always an option. He is French, but he hates the French. So don't worry. Update slotted information. We all hate the French. No, we definitely call the function to update the hotbar. Don't we? Maybe not. Oh yeah, I never did that. Okay. Well, that would be the issue. I never actually update the hotbar information with the, slot index. I think I know about French is a joke from Armed and Danger. I mean, I'm sure he's heard all those jokes. But if you can tell him a new one, he'd laugh at that. One thing I can say in French is that I hate the French, and she has blue hair for some reason. Hey, identifying people with blue hair is a good survival technique in today's day and age. Alright, let's debug this and see if it's working as intended. Where's my tick? Two guys believe they're French, then they surrender. Oh my god. I like that. Why does my delete button not work? What's going on? There we go. That was weird. Okay, we need to get a hotbar. I could just... It's gonna look kind of silly, but it'll work. Duration, we will do 0.1. It would have been done 4 months ago. I wasn't using a laptop from 2012. I had to wait 8 hours for shaders and to package the project to test for any bugs. That would help. But that's what I mean, like, I could get you in front of a publisher that would at least give you some money to, well, number one, buy a better computer for yourself. You know, help fund that development a bit. I mean, I'll just estimate you probably don't need more than 50,000 total, right, to finish up the game. That's chump change. I could easily get you a publisher for that. Oh, that's right. You mentioned you got a better computer. Sorry about that. There's a lot of weird shit going on. What the fuck? Wait, am I grabbing... Well, hold on. Did I... Oh, that would help. I wonder why it was looking weird. $4070. I have a 4070. Love it. I love the 4070. 32 memory, 2 TB SSD. What about the CPU though? Because good CPU does matter. Six, 0, 1, 2, 6. Okay, removing it does not update the index, which is understandable. For some reason, the first slot has a bit of a problem. It's actually just the first inventory item has a problem. I don't know why. It is updating the old. Yeah, see if I move this one, that's working properly. I mean, Intel CPUs are good. It's just this newer generation, this 13th and 14th generation have been not great. Well, the i7 does matter, but yeah, it's the numbers after that do matter most. I'm thinking of getting the what was it? Intel. Was it the? It's the new Ultra 9. I think it's the Ultra 9 285K. Is probably what I'm going to upgrade my work computer to when it comes out. But I want to see how these processors function first. And what the motherboards look like. With the 1851. From what I've heard, AMD CPUs are really nice. The only AMD that I've used recently was a GPU, and not recommend. Only play Fortnite and kiss dudes. I mean, what else is there to life, to be honest? Potion hotbar slot index. Yeah, why is that not working? Set up widget. But which specifically i7 is it? Which generation? Granted, if it's anything relatively newer, it should be fine. For Unreal. Although building your game will still take a while. I mean, I have an i9 at home, and it still takes me sometimes a couple hours if I have to recompile all the shaders. Cauldron Chronicles. I mean, the values of this are functioning. All -1 to indicate that it is empty. 0, -1, -1, okay, that's fine. It's just, why does this first drag drop... Why does this one fucked up? What is it doing wrong? What is it failing to get here? Oh. Probably this. From array in function library. Failing to get index -1. Why is it getting index -1? Let's find it. I wish it told me which function. But we're getting it from a potions array, so that kind of narrows it down. Check if potion is in hotbar. Unlikely. Could be here, but the potion index shouldn't be -1. Let me print this. It's possible that it's doing this. Not gonna be a big deal. Yeah, 32 is usable. I agree. But I mean, most motherboards can support at least up to 64 now, so... I don't know if you got 4 times 8, or if, you know, ideally get 2 times 16, because then you usually have 2 more slots that you can throw more RAM into if you need it. That's generally what I do these days. Getting potion from index. Yeah, I mean, I think with your game, 32 is fine. You're not going to have a big problem. Okay, getting potion from index. 0. It can't be here. We're not ever grabbing -1. Oh. Yeah, we are. I see it. Why are we grabbing potion from index -1 on drop? Let's see. Hey, area. It's good to see you again. The unsetup widget. Get potion from index. If potion index is not equal to 0. Oh yeah, we didn't put the contingency in there if the potion index is -1. I will hydrate. I do need to hydrate. I'm quite dehydrated. And it totally has nothing to do with the fact that I had a lot of mulled wine last night, okay? Unrelated. That should fix the problem. Yeah, I like my mulled wine. There we go. Hey, look at that. Now, when the player removes from the hotbar, we need to propagate back and reset that. And we need to make sure that we update that slot with index -1. That's working. Mulled wine in September, Mr. Feeble. I drink mulled wine every single month of the year, even when it's hot, even when it's 30 degrees Celsius outside here in Poland. I drink mulled wine. Guys at Unreal Source were surprised my laptop was running UE5. I'm surprised too. A laptop from 2012 running Unreal 5 is quite unheard of. Okay, I'm gonna keep the hold on, I see some red. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, errors are gone. Inventory open world freezes or slows down. Hopefully not. That's not the intention. It's not what we want. Odin, how old are you? You remember Circuit City? And there was another one. There was Circuit City, and only people in the US might remember this. There's Circuit City, Comp USA. Circuit City and Comp USA. If you remember those, I'll know generally how old you are. 24. You probably don't remember Circuit City and Comp USA then. Maybe. Maybe a little bit. Maybe at the end of their life cycle. These used to be two electronics stores in the US. Circuit City. Kind of like progenitors to Best Buy. Look at those computers. Fuck yeah, look at those monitors. I love it. You remember Blockbuster? I remember Blockbuster as well. Good stuff. Okay, on remove is occupied. We also need to update hotbar. Slot index, inventory index -1. Now that's going to update the slot, but won't update the widget reference. So what we need to do is what's the best way to handle this? Remember I had the most powerful laptop in the world at one point? Oh my god. Laptops used to be thick too. They used to be thick motherfuckers that burned your leg. 22 in Scottish and I know Circuit City? Wow. Remove. Index from inventory. Get all widgets of class. Now, as inventory item, we know it's selected. We know slotted index. We just really need to check if the slotted index is the same as the one being removed. You're sounding a little bit young for us, Odin. One of those old PCs with the big box monitor. I'm gonna be 30 in like a few months, and that's all we had. That's all we had was projection monitors. And we even had projection TVs. Projection TVs were pretty cool. What sucked were plasma. Early plasma TVs sucked ass. Early plasma TVs they looked good if you were sitting right in front of it, but God forbid you were seated just a little bit to the side. Can't see shit. And they were heavy. Early plasma TVs were, my lord, they were so heavy. You needed like 3 beefy dudes to carry those TVs. They burned easily. Yep. They were very heavy and they burned easily. Oh my god. They didn't last long. Plasma TVs were around for a while, but they were very quickly overtaken by LED TVs. Or no, first it was LCD TVs, and then it was LED TVs. And now it's OLED and OLED, whatever the fuck they call them now. OLEDs were cool though because they turn the pixels off if it's dark enough. They get really good contrast. I think that's with OLED. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, slotted index is equal to slot index. Update slotted information. Index -1. Right? Oh. So wish I knew the new TVs had gamma. Can't see shit on my PS2. PS2 is such a good system. I think that's all we have to do. Undrop. I feel like I'm missing one thing. And I feel like on drop we aren't No, that should be okay because that we're still occupying the slot. We only want to remove the index if we are actively removing it, which is going to happen here, here. What I'll do is on inventory item, where's tick? Slot occupied index and that's only if it's slotted. Supposed to get a PS2 now. I've modded to support new displays. Discs are very easy to rip. Yeah, I put them on my Steam Deck. How do you like your Steam Deck? I've been thinking of applying to get a development, one for development, since we plan to support Steam Deck day one. Seems I wish I could play my PS2 like Samurai Western. Been wanting to play that for years. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to get upset at you if you're downloading ROMs of PS2 games. Even Sony, I don't think Sony gives a shit if people are sharing ROMs for PS2 games anymore. It's not like they're monetizing and making a shit ton of money off of PS2. I'm not going to rat you out. Good for playing Dolphin Emulator. The thing I don't like about Steam Deck is just it's so big, and it's like, okay, I get like 5 hours of gameplay for something that is barely fittable within my pockets, maybe. Certainly not like my jean pockets. That's what I miss, like the PSP could fit in your pocket. Makes you miss the days of PSP, right? The PSP could fit in your pocket. The PSP was great. And even the Vita, for its lack of support, was a nice console. They're making a new one? I don't know about that. I think that's working. If we ignore the prints that I'm doing for debugging, I think our hotbar is officially working. And we are removing the slotted index. Now, the one place it won't work yet is if I close and reopen this. Oh no, it will, because we don't actually get rid of the... This is where it won't work. And that we can fix that. Just switching the tabs. We need to just put some code in there when we switch tabs back to potions that we run that check again. Say, hey, what's slotted, and let's update the inventory items based on those slots that are occupied. So that's really easy. But the numbers look fine. You posted the video. I did see that you posted it, but I was already in bed and like falling asleep, so I'm gonna try to watch that today after work. But how did you like it? If you can give me like a quick How did you like interacting with the NPC, and did you find any problems with the potion system? For, you know, a prototype. Let me unhook that. And I will unhook this since we know it's working. Which means on our list when switching tab, we have here, when switching to potions, we will need to do an update. Do a check for, it's gonna be good. Clearly early. There's a ton of, retention? What do you mean retention? I'm gonna issue the scaling text box not being the right size, and it will pick up some ingredient. Really? Like, what resolution were you playing at? Because right now I think there will be some problems if you're not playing in a 16:9 aspect ratio. Especially like widescreen, I think there might be some issues. But I'm unable to pick up some ingredients. I'll have to look at that. That definitely shouldn't be happening. Especially because we do our line trace right from the center of the screen, so even at different resolutions you should be able to pick things up. That'll be an interesting one to fix. Ingredients couldn't be picked up because it was behind a widget. Was there a widget open that shouldn't have been open at that time? Oh, the tutorial box. I thought I made that not hit testable. Did I make that hit testable? No, it's not hit testable. You were using this station, the ingredient shelf? How did you manage to get an ingredient over to this ingredient shelf? Oh, you're processing. It's not hit testable for me. Yeah, weird. I mean, I'll watch it. I'll find it. Maybe I can replicate it. I know we had that initially, and it was because I made this hit testable, but I fixed that a while ago. Did I fix that in the? No, I fixed that. It should be in the build. Yeah, maybe just something happened with it. I don't know what it is. Text boxes not being the right size. Yeah, you also had issues with text boxes not being the right size either, which is weird. Now I need to load it. You've piqued my curiosity. Now I need to know where that happened. Do you have timestamps? Because I'll watch the whole thing later, but if you have timestamps of these bugs, I can try to fix them. Oh, they seem small. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with that. Like with, a lot of like the 3D widgets, I think, are part of the issue. But a lot of this you can zoom into, which can help a little bit. Yeah, no worries. No worries, no worries. Because I think one of the biggest issues that I had initially was this. and it was hard to read. But you can zoom in on the processing box to make it a little bit easier to see. Yeah, it says on the bottom, right mouse button to zoom in on ingredient or processing box. I put a context-sensitive tips in the bottom. I thought the tutorial tells you to do that too, doesn't it? Or am I crazy? If it doesn't, I'll add that. Because I bet that's one of the issues you had, was that it was hard to see those. And I understand. Oh, you didn't know you could use more than 2 ingredients. That's good info. That should be listed somewhere. If that's not in the game guide, it should be. It does say in the game guide, but it should say something in the tutorial. You didn't even see the game. It tells you that too. No. It says more info available in game guide. It's not a you problem. It's not a you problem, okay? It's a problem with tutorials in general. And that this tutorial sucks ass because it's a prototype tutorial. Do not fret, do not worry. Does it say it? Wait, did it skip? Oh yeah, it skipped the... I know the issue. Ignore that. I skipped the make a potion step if you already have potions in your inventory, so I cheated in potions, and it skipped that step for me, so. We make a custom potion, because my first potion didn't have effects and I wasn't sure why. Well, the first tutorial is to make a potion, but maybe it should be better. Maybe we should force the player to make some simple potion from the starting ingredients that they have to pick up. Like these. I can always change these to be better, so, you know, maybe we can make like a simple restore health potion or something. So that you for sure will have the ingredients that you picked up to make like a potion of healing or something. That would be better. Yeah, because the only thing you can make from these 3 ingredients would be like resist poison, which is not even useful for Spoon's quests. Yeah, what's the point? I think the alchemy system just needs some better introduction to say you need, you know, it's a matching game, right? You need to match the effects on these. But I think once players realize that, and you're not the only person who's had a problem with that, once they realize that, it seems like it goes pretty smoothly. But there's definitely been multiple individuals who have mentioned that didn't click for them initially. I used to start players with ingredients on the table already, which maybe I should do again. I think I can fix it so that the first potion you make is some simple one with like just a restore health potion, right? So hey, pick up these 2 ingredients, learn here's how the alchemy table works. Now could take those 2 ingredients, make this potion, see how the combination of effects creates restore health. They both have restore health, makes restore health. Now go pick up some more ingredients, come back and make another potion with at least 1 effect on it or something. That might work. Yeah, I think that would work a lot better. Also at the end of the video, I think the player will feel the game more when potions affect you. Yeah, I think too that Did you get too far in like Spoon's storyline? Did you get him killed or something? Joke about having a potion that turns you into a fish. There will be an effect for helping you breathe in water. You don't actually know. Did he just disappear and then you had this elf mage appear? If you didn't have any like formal goodbyes, you probably got him killed then. After 2, okay. Tell a good story, you have to write and people have to read, and if you don't have the resource for voice acting, it becomes tricky. How do you make it without being too much text? That too. I'm going to be voice acting a character for our prototype as a way to test how it works, if we can do it, and how much it's going to cost. What about a potion that turns you into a feather? There will be a potion that... let me find my effects. Let me find them. Give me 1 second. These are just the starting effects that we plan to have. A good basis. And one of these, lightness. If you have a potion with lightness on it and you drink it, you will be able to jump higher and fall slower. And 2 of them and no one showed up. Yeah, it sounds like you got Spoon killed. And relaying how that happens to the player is difficult, right? Because if you give a potion to an adventurer and it gets them killed, how would you know? That's the question that we're gonna have to answer in some way. If you need a voice no man lending, yeah, I mean that would be really cool. We'll for sure have Spoon as a character, and then I'm thinking of having like an evil kind of character, and then maybe a more good character. So Spoon is kind of our... He's not really evil, he's not really good, he's just kind of morally gray. And we'll have like a character that is more understandably evil and a character that is more understandably good. But we might, you know, throw in some wrenches to that. I'll take 50 potions of lightness. I don't think we'll use voice generation for a game ever. I get it, and especially for prototype, I think it's okay, but I'd rather just voice act it myself. Then I can see how much time it takes to do it right, and then I can use that to schedule, okay, if we're going to have 15 NPCs in our game, here's how long it takes to voice one NPC with this many lines. And that'll help us budget a lot better. I think it's more of just like an ethical concern for me. Like I like that when I have actual voice actors behind it and I can get a lot of emotion out of them. You know, if I tell them, hey, be really angry here, sound really pissed. You can do that with voice generation, but it's not going to sound as believable. It's not going to have the slight inflections that you'll get with a real person. 100, that should be enough to get to the moon. It is very expensive. Voice acting is ridiculously expensive. You're not wrong. I've gotten it once. Okay, here's a funny story. So, in one of the games I worked on, we had a tutorial and it was supposed to have voice acting. And when releasing into early access, we realized about, I think it was like 2 weeks before the release of early access, that the publisher said, oh, we weren't able to get voice acting yet, so we're going to release that in like a patch 1 or 2 weeks later. And we already had the lines synchronized to certain scenes for testing. And so what the player would end up loading the game into and seeing the opening cutscene is they would see text going on at the bottom of the screen and there would be no sound. And I was like, guys, you understand that players are going to load this up, think that the game is bugging out, and probably close the game or have a bad first impression because they hear nothing. So I send a message to our producer at the time, and he was like, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I'm like, yeah, fuck that. So I go to the sound designer. I'm like, hey, can we just record some voice acting? I'll record it. I will record the tutorial lines. And in 2 hours, we had working voice acted lines in our tutorial. And then by the time the producer came back, he was mad because we went over his head. And I'm like, bro, it takes 2 hours for you to get back to me about something that's crucial for our build. Meanwhile, in 2 hours, I was able to record the voice lines with the sound designer, and we have them in the game. So for early access of that game, it was me doing the voice acting for the tutorial. Producers are not. I think good producers are important, but there's a lot of bad producers out there. That guy was also just kind of an asshole. What was I working on? Oh yeah, when switching back to the potion tab, we need to quickly check the hotbar and see if there are any potions. Okay, that's easy. That's easy. Let's see, where is that? Inventory list, potions, do the setup, update tab color. Probably before we update tab color. I'll just do that so we know that these are supposed to be linked. Man, I've always wanted to make an ARPG. I love ARPGs. I love games with really interesting loot tables. Like, for me, Elden Ring. I love Elden Ring's loot tables. They make sense. When you see an enemy in the world of Elden Ring and you say, oh, that guy has cool armor. Well, if you kill him, he'll drop pieces of his armor. He'll drop the weapon that he's using. And I think that that's really rewarding to players to say, oh, that bullshit NPC that was using that bullshit staff on me. If I kill him, I can get that staff too. I know it's not an ARPG, but I was just kind of saying about loot tables. I like loot tables. Get hotbar. For each of our hotbars, get the element if it is not equal to -1. Every Souls game essentially wanted to do the droppable armor thing, but only did it to the point they had time for. Even if you play old school RuneScape, out of curiosity. I love old school. The problem that I have is that there are a lot of enemies in the game. I'll give you an example. A Black Knight. Very nostalgic enemy. Anybody who's played old school RuneScape a little bit probably knows of the Black Knight, especially the one that wanders around Draenor Village. You would think, oh, this guy has some cool armor. Black armor. I mean, a lot of players would want this because it looks cool, right? The problem is, he doesn't drop black armor, he drops iron armor. And only the iron full helm. Like, what? So it's like you kill this enemy that has cool armor and you think, oh, I can wear his armor set. No, you can't. I mean, you can, but you don't get it from here. I never understood that. Granted, this was added in 2001, right? So this is a very old enemy that probably just could use an update if there was time for it. But because they're so busy with other things that are more important, updating the loot table for a Black Knight probably isn't really on their list. But there's other instances of that that I think would be really great to have. And it helps with new players' expectations of the game. I'm gonna make an ARPG co-op game where it plays like Fallout New Vegas and a mix of Divinity Original Sin. Tell me which aspects of that, of New Vegas and Divinity. He's instantly buried in his armor. It's actually obvious if you look at the animations. Damn it. I mean, if you gave me 1 month, and if you paid me for 1 month to sit on old school RuneScape and fix the loot tables, I would gladly do it. Very, very happily. Get the element at the index. We need to update slotted information to be slotted. Hotbar potion index. I've had a game idea that I'd love to work on if I knew more about 2D. It'd be a mix of Mad Max and Stardew Valley. Where instead of growing plants, you grow gun crops. And you can crossbreed gun crops and customize them. A few games like that. There's always ways to make things unique. There's a few games like every single game on the market. I promise you that. I don't think I would use Unreal to make a 2D game, personally. As much as I would want to because I like blueprints. I could at least prototype it in Unreal. Fallout New Vegas level system and perk system and Divinity Original Sin chaotic interactable environment for combat. Okay, yeah, that would be pretty cool. Probably Godot. Yeah, I'd probably use Godot. I'd probably prototype it in Unreal, just because it would be much easier for me, and then I would get some real programmers to handle Godot. We don't have to update the widget, do we? Get the inventory item. No, the inventory item will exist. We just need to update the slotted information because we've already created the inventory item here. That should be okay. Theoretically. About the Godot learning course on Humble Bundle. Yeah, I saw that. And you like it so far? I'm always curious about how those go. Yeah, the infamous Barrelmancer builds from Divinity. That's what I love. You know, Divinity Original Sin is a very easy game. But that doesn't make it unenjoyable. In fact, because of how easy you can cheese it, it makes it fun to just destroy enemies by exactly poison and fire, or playing with barrels and stuff. It's really enjoyable. And if you tried to balance that game, you would actually remove a lot of the enjoyability from it. That's my hot take on it. Play BG3? I did play BG3, and I think the combat's one of the better parts of the game. I think the story is one of the worst parts of the game. My hot take. Would it be a rate index too? Would be the third item? Oh, that's not correct. I think Act 1 of BG3 is, and don't let my opinions cloud anybody else's, by the way, but I think Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3 is very good, and it's because it had the most polish. I also I like Act 2, but I had some problems with it, and I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not a fan of Act 3, but it wouldn't be the first time that Larian makes a kind of half-baked Act 3. Or potion. Should actually be the other way around. It should be this getting and setting this. Yeah, I won't spoil anything. I hate spoilers. I've heard people pair game dev lectures about doing your first level last so it has the most experience behind the polish. I mean, I don't disagree with going back and revisiting your vertical slice, which is usually your first level, in order to fix it up and finish it, but I don't know if I would do the first level last. I mean, what's going to be your vertical? Whatever your vertical slice is going to be is now going to be your least developed thing in a lot of cases, if you never return to it to make adjustments. Pathfinder I liked Wrath of the Righteous a lot. I think also the writing of the characters was very good. And said for years, maybe I need more context around that, because I don't really agree with the doing your first level last. I mean, I get the intention, which is that the thing the players are going to experience first is going to be your first level. So getting past that 2-hour mark to avoid refunds, then again, that's kind of scummy if you ask me. I also think that from the point of view of making sure your game is consistent, revisiting your vertical slice level makes sense, but your first level should probably be your vertical slice. So I don't know if I would do that last. That doesn't really make sense to me. Yeah, these should be switched. Array index. Yeah, doing your tutorial last, I agree. I 100% agree with that. And the reason, and that's, I mean, that's obvious why you do that, right? Is because you're polishing off systems. I mean, you could probably do it at the end of your alpha, but you're probably still making a couple of tweaks. At the end of alpha, earliest, at the end of beta, probably the best option. The only thing I don't like about Pathfinder systems personally is that you need to, you have to buff before combat, and it gets really tedious. At least in game version, it gets very tedious in Pathfinder. The idea behind doing your first level last is so that you know everything your player needs to understand before playing the rest of the game, so you can plan for it. But then what is your... This is if you're doing game development correctly. I mean, but then what is your vertical slice? If it's not your first level, then what is your vertical slice? There's a presumption that the game will be more or less set in stone of a design doc when you work on big things. I mean, your design doc is a living document. Most games don't do vertical slices. Yeah, and look how game quality is these days. Not doing a vertical slice is insanely stupid. And taking your GDD at face value when jumping into production is also really stupid. And if that's what they're teaching kids in school these days, I fear for the new game designers. Like you're supposed to have your perfect GDD and never change it after your vertical slice. Have fun in alpha then. This should work unless something is being triggered out of sequence. Update tab color. Shouldn't be. Should work. We're gonna start in agile. I mean, but agile is different. They're not teaching kids to be agile. They're just, I don't know, that just sounds dumb. Like the entire reason you spend time in pre-production is to make the rest of production easier. So by creating a proper vertical slice, you make alpha and beta a lot of work, but much less headache. I know why it's doing that. It's because we're remaking. I know why it's doing that. Fuck. It's because there's still some of these in garbage collection. Instead of getting all widgets, I need to get the reference to the list and grab the children directly. Makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. I don't think... If I grab the children directly... Will this also include the ones pending deletion? I guess we'll see. Most vertical slices are done for publishers, that's true, and also for demos. If you're going on Kickstarter or you're going to Steam Next Fest, your vertical slice, perfect demo. You can check pending. Yeah, I was wondering about pending kill as well. Or let me try this. Let me see if this works. There's a lot of things you can't do in Blueprint that are in C++, unfortunately. You gotta work around it. Kind of annoying. If this includes pending delete, what I can do is instead of just clearing children from the item list, I will first remove from parent. And then that will send it to garbage collection, and it shouldn't be considered a slot anymore. I should be able to do that. Look if they have a connect IP node. What do you mean? Like connect to IP? What do you mean specifically? Like connect to another person? I wouldn't even know the name of it. I don't know. Prototyping? There should be different ways to connect to somebody's IP in the networking documentation. What's just the open node, really? What is better, jet boots or jetpack? Are we assuming that the controls for them are the same, Botan? I didn't know you could use open to open an IP. Huh, I thought you just used that for levels. I don't know. There we go. So grabbing the children directly does not include the ones pending delete. I need to remember that. For a bounty hunter game, I think for bounty hunter, you could go for the jetpack for Boba Fett bonus points. Okay, it's working. You add !listen at the end of a level name and open. It will load the level as a listen server and people can join. I did not know that either. That's really cool. They have a lot of cool stuff out of box. I know I've mentioned this one before, but they have built-in colorblind nodes. Which is pretty cool. I think it just works like that. Deficiency, severity. Yeah. So I can see the colors for the Deuteran Nope. Deuteranope. Which is pretty cool. Makes the reds appear more muted. Blue weak, green weak. We have a lot of green in our game. Looks similar. I have one friend who is, I don't know which deficiency type he is, but he is colorblind. And he didn't know about this existing either. It was pretty cool to show him. This looks normal to me. Okay, so we have a working hotbar. We have a working inventory. I don't know if there were any bugs that I saw with that. I guess the only one would be that our selection is not needed. We don't need to select anymore. Having the highlight is okay, but the selection is not needed. So we can remove settings selected on inventory items when they're being built. Somewhere. Where do I build those? Inventory list. Switch tab. Yeah, we do not need to set them highlighted. Cannot be highlighted anymore. You know what? I'll keep it connected. I'll just do that. It's weird. Oh god, it's 5 a.m. Take care, Otan. Thanks for hanging out. If I remember correctly, it's a filter layer on top of the main screen so shaders can still affect it. Really? A filter layer on top of the main screen. So if you have shaders can still affect it. But wouldn't you want a filter on top of the main screen if you're doing color deficiencies? Okay, just making sure I wasn't misunderstanding you. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. I know when I was first looking into it with my colorblind friend, we were a little worried that does this affect UI? Because if it doesn't affect UI, we have a bit of a problem. But thankfully it did. Can I recreate that? I don't know what was going on with that bug. I think it was if I open up the inventory, because we're on the same tab, it's not telling it to update the tab. I think I could remove that check. Because it's right here. If the tab to switch to is equal to the same one we're already on, we don't do anything. I think we should just update it regardless. That'll work. And here is the next step. When potions are removed from the inventory, we need to do a... We need to make sure that they're removed from the hotbar as well. That would probably be our next step here. Okay. How do you remove the inventory using a widget switcher? I use the same list widget, and I just replace the items inside of it. A cruder way to handle widget switching. I was like, I don't really want to do a widget switcher. Seems like a lot of work. There's our spoon nuts. Handling the ingredients is going to be our next big step. Although I don't think it's going to be as difficult as we think it will be. No, I mean, widget switcher works fine. I hated that app, but it worked. I think for me, as long as I have potions and ingredients that you can look at and put potions into your hotbar, it's fine. We keep the Minecraft ore for the vertical slice. No, I won't. I don't think I'm going to be allowed to from Mojang. I don't think they would like that very much. Hope you go home. Just got a whole new meeting. Scrap the visual and replace it all with blocks. I don't think voxel survival games... This isn't even a survival game. You guys remember that, though. I think you guys are old enough to remember the whole... Here's Minecraft, but not Minecraft era of gaming. I know, I like voxels. I don't like voxel Minecraft clones. And there were way, way too many of them back in the day. And there were some okay ones. There were some decent ones. Not a lot, but some decent ones. Where do we... update potions? Gee, how do I do that right now? I probably just used custom functions in our widgets that should probably be in the function library, honestly. There's one called Roblox. I never got into Roblox. It never looked like it appealed to me. I feel like I was born too early for it. Like, I was born early enough to enjoy Minecraft, but not late enough to get into Roblox. Where's potion finishing? Oh, we have the function in the game instance for update potion inventory. I mean, I'd probably prefer to move it into the function library, but whatever. Fuck it. Okay. Okay, what do we want to do here? The problem with the debug option to add all ingredients is removing potions. It's resetting the inventory. I could fix it so that at least that doesn't do that. Yeah, force ingredient shelf to 99 is clearing the player inventory. The big old debug, yeah, that's called syphilis. I think what I'll do is I'll just copy the potions from the player inventory. Existing potions. And at the end we will update the player inventory so that the ingredients are the same, but we keep the potions the player had. That'll fix the debug button. Okay. Sorry, I'm allergic to low stock prices, and I just had a thought about Ubisoft, so it's fine. Unity? Unity stock? Wait. Is Unity publicly traded? Oh, it is. Wait, they managed to get you. They managed to get the NYSE U. Wow. It's gone up actually. Since the announcement. How's Ubisoft doing? What do you think of the install fee BS? It's absolutely stupid. I don't know why Unity didn't just copy Unreal's terms for monetization. Oof. That's an oof for me, dog. Ouch. Unity doesn't have Fortnite. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you think about it, I mean, whatever you think about Fortnite, just know that Fortnite is an incredible product for game developers who use Unreal because it's being created and managed by the people who make Unreal, of course, so that all the fixes they need to make for their game to work and improvements they need to make, they test their game engine every single day by developing Fortnite. And I would say that it is one of the reasons, because Unity doesn't have a Fortnite, that they don't have this incentive or ability to constantly test their engine and make it better. Was the announcement they're not doing their spyware thing? They're removing the fee for installs. CEO of Unity is the EA CEO, yep. Who introduced the loot boxes, yep. Replaced one snake with another. At the end of this then. Get game instance. Player inventory. Make I should do. Capture game down to microtransactions that we definitely live in a matrix. During the Stop Killing Games interview, they were mentioning that, you know, hey, if the price of games goes up because of this, that's good for game developers. I don't agree with that. And it's like, when I'm not being a game dev, I'm being a gamer. I don't want prices of games to increase either. I just think that prices of making games has increased, and I want to find ways to make them cheaper so that there isn't this need to make them more expensive. Or make the games better so that when you price them higher, players don't mind. Nobody questioned that Red Dead Redemption 2 cost $60 because it felt like it was worth more than that. People question why Skull and Bones is $80 because the game barely felt like it was worth $20. Alright, when adding a new potion to the inventory, we don't need to do anything. It's not ever going to affect the hotbar. When removing a potion from the inventory, now we have a problem. Only game who nailed microtransactions without hate is Euro Truck Sim 2. Technically DLCs, but come on, they cost like nothing most of the time. I mean, but I view microtransaction as slightly different than expansions and like DLC. I know that they're kind of the same thing. If you have a $1 DLC, that's kind of a microtransaction. And I think for sure cosmetics, I don't mind. You know, if you look at Deep Rock Galactic, right? You have tons of cosmetic bundles. And they cost a fair little bit of money, but they don't do anything for the game. They're just cosmetics. All the real content you get in the game for free. I will say this, Red Dead Redemption 2's multiplayer had some problems. The single player, however, is by far worth more than, it's worth more than $60 to me. But the multiplayer, I mean, that's a whole separate topic. We're paying more and getting a good product that stays functional. I agree with that. But I don't think that I would play, if I played a free-to-play game or something, that then once, you know, or let's just put it this way. If I play a game that I spend $20 on, and it is a live service game, and I don't have to pay monthly for it, I am definitely not going to pay monthly to continue playing on a private server once the game dies. And so for me, I don't want to pay $30 for a live service game that was originally going to cost $20, but they needed an end-of-life plan. Most games, most live service games I do not play by the time they reach end of life. I have already moved on. And I would rather have a version of the game that is cheaper that says you do not get a end of life version of this game when it's finished. I would gladly pay for most live service games in that case. I know that's a hot take. I probably am in the minority opinion here. But if you said $20 version of live service game or $30, but in the $20 version you don't get end of life plan, I'll take the $20 version. Make games cheaper for just removing the CEO, then it'll only take from the business after firing all the devs. I wouldn't want to know how many hours in Minecraft I have either. It's well over 3,000. Well over. I think CEOs should get paid a lot if they have a lot of responsibility. I don't think CEOs are the ones... I think there's a limit, right? We obviously know that Bobby Kotick being paid over $10 million a year is... Come on. $250,000 a year? Okay, fair enough. You know what? $250,000 a year. You're a CEO of a massive company. You have a lot of responsibility, a lot of eyes on you. I can see it. But there's clearly a line here where once it's crossed, I just don't believe it. I don't believe there's anything that's worth that much. Or at least not these CEOs of game companies. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. If you can justify the pay, you get the pay. I agree with that. UI barter. Barter confirmation widget. Now this is where we actually remove the... Why do I have... Some CEOs are getting 100 million, like sure, but why? Does their company make 10 billion a year? Are you taking no bonuses? Yeah, I guess we're doing, we're starting potion combat, but in order to do that, we need to reconfigure some of our inventory. So we have a hotbar and stuff now. I can show you. We have a hotbar I made. I felt like that was cheaper than buying some ready-made hotbar. It was fun lobbing balls everywhere. Yeah, that's the placeholder for now. I think you only need to use it to get into the cave over here. Fake bot. Setting up elements and type matchups today. Yeah, I'm really excited to be doing that. Once we actually have like a potion bottle that you can throw and create effects, I think the possibilities for what we put in the world are gonna open up pretty heavily. You nearly missed the cave. It is kind of hidden back here, isn't it? Maybe something glowing would be helpful. Yeah, I think like a glowing crystal next to it would help a lot. There's also this entrance too over here. Hey, Alexis Ethan, thank you for the follow. Everybody's done a game is not a good bonus business case because they don't have renewing revenue if the game is just one and done. That's true. Which is a hard truth, which is also why they make all this other stupid stuff. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Having that rolling income is a lot safer. Caught an epic old PC. Wow. I love it. Okay, where do we remove potions? Update potion inventory. The yellow ball throw. Yeah, it's just placeholder. Being a wannabe game hey, every game designer is a wannabe game designer before they become a game designer. Don't wear that badge with shame. Might do some Tim Kaine reactions today if we get finished with this. That could be fun. Do some educational content. Yeah, no, August is right. Ideas are worth nothing. Solving problems is half of what you do with game design. Other half, I would say, is communication. Yeah, you can be a game designer if you're doing tabletop. You're not a video game designer, but you're a game designer. I'm not a tabletop designer. Cosmic Tengu, thank you for the follow. Good luck on your fish. Oh yeah, I could. Okay, so we remove the main potion, then we remove the secondary potions. And that's being done here, is potion removal. Potion removal. I think I'll put it in the game instance itself. If we have it here, I'll just handle it all here anyway. And we'll make sure that because we remove the index, if I remember correctly. We remove the index. So here's where we need to say, okay, if we remove the index, then we need to update the rest of the things. Putting together content for D&D is relevant? Yeah, absolutely is. Cut a trolley. Oof. Okay, it's okay to update. Let's do it right after this. Let's pull this down. I'll just get rid of that. And what do we need to do? We need to go through each of the potions in the potion hotbar. We have the index that was removed. Let's promote this to a local variable. Index removed. Sometimes making tabletop game prototypes is actually faster than making the prototype in the engine. I did that for one strategy game. Like, you know what? We can just prototype this as a turn-based board game. And if it works there, then it sometimes can work if you make it real time. That moan sound and picture behind you is crazy. I hope I don't get in trouble for it. I would like to do, we will do subsystems True Nightmare Gaming in the vertical slice, but because I primarily do blueprints, this is the way that I'm handling it for the prototype. But 1,000,000% will be doing subsystems. Okay, for each potion in the hotbar, we need to see if the array element is not equal to -1, because otherwise it's an empty potion. And if true, is the... You know what, I'm going to promote this to a variable too. Hotbar potion index. Now, if we remove a potion and the hotbar's potion index is less than the removed index, we actually don't need to change anything, right? Because the index of the hotbar item won't change. Now, if the index in the hotbar is higher, we will need to subtract it by 1. And if it's equal, we need to remove that item from the index completely. Yeah. Although I'm wondering if I have a function to quickly grab that. Well, we can do it. It's fine. If the hotbar potion index is equal to the index removed, negative just means invalid. Yeah. It's an empty slot. Or should we just do greater than or equal? No, we'll do... We'll first do an equal check. be a little bit dirty, but it's fine. Let's make a function real quick to get inventory or get hotbar widget from index. Why do we need that though? That's fine. Should we do greater than -1? Yeah, you're right. That's a bit safer. I don't know how it would ever get to -2, but it might. Where was I doing that? Yeah, I mean, there's no way, but it doesn't hurt. It only helps it. God forbid we somehow get -2. Now it won't be a problem. Why not just do greater than or equal to 0? Too difficult. The computer doesn't like that. That's another... See, that's an equal sign. Now it needs to do something else to it. Either one works. We could sit here for hours and ask why are we doing greater than instead of not greater than or equal. Yeah, it's two symbols too much. Exactly. Make the technology. Okay, if index is removed, hotbar potion. Okay, so we need to... I'll just fuck it, whatever. Fuck it, make it dirty. It needs to work, not look pretty. That's what she said. Damn you. What am I... Wait, hold on. I'm typing in nodes without realizing what I'm doing. What am I actually trying to do here? Yeah, I'm doing this stupid... I don't know what I'm doing. God, do not stream game dev, guys. It is a challenge. Okay, look, it's fun, but you just lose like 50% of your focus. And sometimes that can be really, really dangerous. I'm more consistent when I stream game dev. I'm more motivated, but I am definitely less efficient. Although you could argue that because I'm more consistent, I am more efficient long term than if I were to not be as motivated. We have clear slot. Will clear slot properly do everything we need it to do? Clear slot unoccupies, updates the hotbar, remove index from inventory. This might be a problem. No, it shouldn't be. Because we will never remove potions while the potion inventory is up, and we rebuild the potion inventory. So even though this is called and may be messing up a number behind the scenes, by the time the player opens the inventory and rebuilds the inventory, it won't be a problem anymore. So that's okay. Now, if the index that's being removed is greater than... we need to update that slot. With the index -1. Let me just double check that. Slot index, potion index -1. True. Potion index. Should be able to decrement that. I'd like to see the compiled code. I have quite a bit of code in my game. I have a lot more than I thought I would have for the prototype, and we're only halfway done with this game's code. We have a lot more left to do. A lot of tertiary features, fishing, all the potion combat stuff, corruption as a mechanic. Can you see the C++ code it makes? You used to be able to bake blueprints down to C++. I don't know if you still can. There used to be a way to nativize, but I don't know if that's possible anymore. Let's test this. Let's test this. Safety return node. I know we don't return anything, but I just feel better when it's there. I think they were adding to that effect during the 5.0 launch. I don't know where it got. You used to be able to nativize blueprints down to code, but I don't know if you can anymore. UE5 native blueprints. Been removed. There were several issues. Most could be considered as limitations rather than bugs. It would have been more valuable to list the known issues that have been gathered over the course of years and communicated with us. People can learn to use the nativization more efficiently. Yeah, so it was removed. Yeah, they skip it altogether, but you used to be able to convert them down. Kind of sucks. Alright, let's get Spoon in here and let's make some potions for him. He needs damage health potion and paralysis poison. There's our paralysis. There is our damage health. I will put the damage health potion in slot 2 and this one in slot 4. I'll give him just the damage health potion because I want to see what happens. That was the right one, right? It wasn't the other way around. It was in slot 2. I thought I put it in slot 4, but maybe... Let me do it. I'm going to do it again. Just... I know I could clip it and I could check, but... Hey. Let's... What's the harm in testing it again? Yes, exactly. Sanity check. Paralysis. Damage health. Need a dev menu for quick crafting? That could be nice. Although me practicing the potion system it's probably good for me. Uh-oh. That didn't propagate back to remove. Okay, so that's one bug we gotta fix. Unrelated, but a bug. Okay, I will give them both 2 and 4. That potion system will have a wiki for sure. I hope so. In fact, if I can make the wiki myself beforehand, that would be even better. I do want this game to be wiki friendly, so not to use like random ingredient spawns, having them be hand placed spawns in the world, and always be consistent between plays for players. I think enables speedrunners. It is more personalized, and it makes it so that people can look up a wiki if they're missing an ingredient and don't know where to find it. That did not remove 2 and 4 this time. It removed them from here, but it didn't remove them from here. Why did it work the first time then? That's weird. Gonna add a speedrun timer in the settings. Oh, I bet this is why. Bet this is why. 3 potions, pending kill. They shouldn't be. No, the only things we remake are the inventory slots, and those we fixed. The hotbar slots aren't remade each time. They're already existing there as permanent members of the hotbar. We just update their icons and data. Other people look at a wiki or make a crafting book in-game. I will be making a crafting book in-game, but the wiki will still exist for people who want it. Well, it definitely has something to do with this. Update potion inventory. What were my bugs? Access none, trying to read property. Get item. And clear slot. Where's clear slot? Oh. Oh yeah, that's the wrong integer to use here. The code is fine. That's the wrong integer to use. It's not the potion index. Is it? Potion hop. Yeah, this is the wrong one to get. We want to get the array index itself. That was my mistake. Oopsie daisy. little bit of spaghetti. Ignore it. I don't want to put that after that because then that's going to cause spaghetti over there. In the community to find out the crafting recipes by itself could be cool though. Well, the thing is, there aren't really recipes in my game. There are multiple ways to make the same exact potions you want. I mean, there will for sure be a number of recipes that you can make, and that will be the limit. But there's not really recipes per se. Maybe I'm wording that wrong. I know I'm wording that wrong. How you doing, Claremont? Pretty hungover today? Yeah, I am too, a little bit. Just a little bit, though. I made sure to drink a lot of water before going to bed. 1 million unique recipes. Well, the thing is, if you have restore health in the game, right? I'll show you by example. You have restore health. All these things have restore health in them. You can make a restore health potion utilizing any combination of this. I mean, I could use that. I could throw in a flame fin starfish. And, you know, it's the same resulting the same resulting effects on the potion. The flavor will be different. And the flavor can matter sometimes. For instance, Spoon, our goblin, does ask for a bitter potion sometimes. And if you don't give that bitter potion to him, or if the potion has the effects but isn't bitter enough, he will comment on that and it will lower the potion score a bit. Okay, so we want to do the array index, not the hotbar potion index. Let's try that now. Hey Creaky, what is the version? We are on 5.4.4, the latest. Yeah, that'll work. And damage health. Alright. Make our potions. Poison, paralysis. Here he comes. The man, the myth, the legend. Come on, big boy. What graphics settings do you use? I am working in engine, so right now I keep it on medium. Or no, I have it on high. I can lower it to medium, but it's probably going to want to recompile shaders. Oh, it'll just crash on me too. Wonderful. This is what you did, Creaky. Ah. Fine, I saved it. Crash because of how many shaders need to recompile. It's unreal. Unreal crashing. Story of my life. What is the music of a distinct freestyler vibe? This is the old school RuneScape D&B remix. Official. And the cool thing is that Jagex does not copyright claim videos, so it's pretty cool. Unreal, how many shares you need. Stop it. No Unreal jokes are allowed in this chat. Let me build the navigation. Come on, that is unreal. Unreal jokes are epic. Oh my god. Stop. Alright, remaking the potions and poisons. Do you need a powerful computer for Unreal? Depending on what you make. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Running the engine itself, you won't need anything too powerful. Doing something that's open world like this, you could. Alright, hold on. Let's add some more potions. I'm going to screenshot this so we can compare it. We're missing 3. There's clearly problems here. I see 1 and 5. I do not see 3. 1 and 5 are okay. 2 and 4 are removed. 3 is probably trying to grab an index that doesn't exist. I bet. Time to break out the breakpoints is probably what we're gonna have to do, yeah. If I had to guess, it's trying to grab... Yeah. No room for guessing when you have breakpoints. Alright, I'll do the breakpoints. Calm your tits. Yeah, that's what I thought. My tits may never be calm. Down the set integer. But we do 4 each. Like for each one that's removed, it should... Up our potion in. It's because we're doing the hotbar potion index and not the array index again. I think that's the problem. What is up with the new Discord quest over the profile? What? Discord quest? What's that? There are quests in Discord? Where? Where do you see that? I don't see it on my profile. You don't have it? Can you show me a screenshot? Can you put a screenshot in the chat? I'm curious about it. Your spoon, I'll do a long shot at your head. Oh, we got him. Right in the face. It's even worse now. No. What are you doing? Now we're missing 5, but 4 is somehow there, and it's still. Fuck. Discord.com quests. Get your game where people play. Oh yeah, I know this. Yeah, I've seen this. Or I've heard about it. Yeah. Why not use the window snipping? I prefer light shot personally. I know the window snipping tool exists, but it's kind of cumbersome. I mean, 2 and 4 were removed, but it replaced 5, 6, 6, 7. This should be 4 and this should be 5. Or this should be, no, this is 3 properly, but 5 is now not there. 4 has been replaced. Something is clearly going wrong here. Alright, we can do another test with breakpoints. It's not because we remove the indices beforehand, or is it because we remove the indices beforehand? It shouldn't be. Well, we'll test it. What is he wants? What potions? What does he want now? He wants Frenzy. Well, it doesn't matter. We just need to make him 2 potions. Literally any 2 potions will work for testing this. Who wants to goon? He does want to goon. Now this shows 5. Dude, fuck. We're fixing this today. There's no excuse. I'm still gonna take a screenshot. Let's take a hammer. There's something weird going on. I mean, I can debug the values again of slots because there's something going on with the removal. That much is clear. Yeah, this is the first removal. Index removed to 12. There's two issues. Hold on. Yeah, all we need to know is is it properly updating the index in the potion. Potion hopper, we have 1, 12, 4, 13, and 19. It should set this to -1. And we should be grabbing... We skip the first index because it is going to be false, false, I believe. Index removed 12. That should be flipped around. We should be testing if the hotbar potion index is greater than the index removed. That's one of them. Windows Update is about to blow the fuck up. Okay, so what I do with Windows Update is I go into the group policy configurator and I update the Windows Update server to my local machine. And that way when it tries to perform updates, it cannot, because it cannot download the update from my own computer. That way I can choose when I want to update my computer, and it will never force updates on me. That will fix some of the bugs. Let's give it a try. Referred to as Windows torture. I do a lot of things that Windows doesn't like. I install custom dark themes on my home computer. And I'll tell you that Windows does not like you changing default files. Custom themes, yeah. I use, it's probably still around. I use this theme. Because I like the way it looks. Alright, let's put here, 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 and here. Take a screenshot. They have improved the default dark theme for Windows since the origins of it. Originally it was not very good. What the fuck is going on?
Mr. President, wake up.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. President, wake up.
What is the... I'm gonna connect up my old debug for this. There's clearly something is messing up here. We'll do that, and yeah, we'll do that. One, two, three, four, five. Add ingredients. We'll just double check and make sure that this is still okay. Okay, index 1. One, 6, 5, 8, 11. That looks perfect. 1, 6, 8, 5, 11. So 1, 6, 8, 5, and then 11. That's correct. No problems reloading the inventory. No problems switching tab. It is purely on removal that we have a problem. You know what, first time we do it, I won't mess with it. Thank you, Lazy Fangs. The moan. Now see, in the upper left it looks correct. 1, -1, 8, -1, 11. That's correct. This is not. So it is correctly updating the hotbar. At least this time it is. It's not properly reading these. Oh no, it's not. It's not updating them properly. I wonder if the set by reference is failing, or if the decrement, I mean. How's the inventory going? Eh, bugs. Progress, but bugs. Ocean index. I don't think it's decrementing properly. Let me try something. Let me try something simpler. Bugs, I heard. Yeah, well, you know. It's game dev, when they're not. Not one, or not two. Only one, please. There's a bug in 417 when negation blueprint block was implemented wrongly. Like the decrement? Decrement integer? Oh, a negative value, I don't know. Don't we still need to... Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me think here. It's it wasn't updating the potion indices properly, but I'm wondering if the index being removed is, or if the new index being tested is greater than, if it's equal through, okay, so if the index that we're testing is equal to the one that is being removed, we remove that. In which case, yes, we should also update all following potion indices to have one less. So it's not that we just want to subtract one. We want to subtract the number that has been removed. So we need to actually have another integer for number of potions removed. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's right. Because we do this, we run this for each potion that's removed separately, so it's already handling that. Let's just know where the index is. We are looping through the potion hotbar to find out if the potion being removed is in the hotbar. If it is, we remove it. We don't want to do the false here. What we want to do is wait, no, because let me go through the hotbar. We find out are the following greater than the index being removed, and if true, we take that potion index, we knock it back one because we removed a potion. Technically, it should be right. Let me see if the new thing that I did works, because if so, then it was just a problem with the decrement integer. Which I feel like that bug I've come across before. That while we're grabbing a copy... Yeah, because we're grabbing a copy from the widget, but I was decrementing it, but that's only decrementing the copy. I need to decrement the original, so what I'll do is I'll just grab a copy, perform the math, then set the variable directly from the widget reference. I think that was the issue that we had. It's paralysis, damage health. Alright, spoony boy. Come spoon me. Gotta set up the hotbar first. Four, 11, 1. It's like it thinks there's one more index. Well, two more. Yeah, it's not properly subtracting the ones that are above it. Because we have index 4, that's correct. Negative 1, correct. Index 1, correct. It's using the old array boundaries. It's not updating that 11, and it should be. And that should be happening here. Is the hotbar potion index greater than the index removed? We're going to put it here. We're going to try it again. 11 in that case would have been greater than 9, which is what the last index should have been. Well, no, because the potion, the index would have been 11. The 1 being removed would have been 5 and 6. So it should have subtracted 2 from this to make it number 9, and it didn't do that. Because the hotbar potion index was 11, so greater than negative 1, yes. Is the index being removed equal? No, false. Hotbar potion index 11 is greater than 5 and 6, true, so it should have done this twice. And it should have first set it to 10 and then set it to 9. I don't care about quick save or reload. It's not an issue with the array, it's an issue with this being hit. Otherwise it would have warned me that I'm hitting an inaccessible array number. But that's not the problem. The problem is that this is not functioning. So we'll put it here, we'll do the same test. Array index. Get that hotbar slot. Get the potion index. Subtract 1. Set the potion index. It should be doing that unless it's resetting somewhere, which it might be. I don't know. We know the ones below are working, so I'm gonna do... We'll do this. So that pretty much all the tests are gonna be ones that are greater than that. And I forgot to select my game instance as the one that we're debugging. Fantastic. God damn it. I'm supposed to Jira ticket. Oh well, I can test this again. Hold the phone. Do not mention the J word. I'm gonna just make 2 more potions. Jira's nice if you use it properly. Alright, now it should hit. Hopefully. Okay, hotbar potion index 14 is... yes, greater than the index being removed, which in this case is 10. 11, sorry. Yes, 10. Or are we first testing? Hold on, what are we testing here? "30-year-old man-child"? I'm pretty sure that my Discord profile says that I am an offensive man-child. So, you know, we're in the same boat. Take care, Bubby Bite. I'm an aspiring adult. Yeah, the first index being removed is 11. 14 is greater than 11. 14 minus 1 is 13. Set the value of potion index. A huge cookie. It's been a while. We don't update the hotbar. We're updating the potion index in the hotbar reference, but we're not updating the hotbar itself. Which is what we also need to be doing. Probably should update the hotbar. That's probably what the issue is. It has been removing things from the hotbar successfully because we do clear the slot here if it's the same. What it hasn't been doing is updating the hotbar and the items already in the hot. We were updating the items in the hotbar. We were not updating the hotbar in our game instance, which makes complete sense. It's all coming together. That might have been the only thing, is we were missing one node, which was to update the hotbar. You would have been able to, well, no, you wouldn't have been able to throw one you've already given away. You would have been able to throw one that is using a different, it would have been using a different index. It's always one, it is always one node. For the last 10 years that I've been using Unreal, it's always one. Or you make the function and you forget to hook it up. And you're like, hey, why is this not working? Well, it's because you never actually hooked it up to anything. You bozo. Did that yesterday. I do that every day. Every single day. It's always, why is this not working? I wrote it correctly. The code looks fine. Oh, it's because I didn't hook it up to the other function. Is the Pepsi recipe up yet? Where's your farts, Huge Cookie? You only played one of them. Are you out of points? You're out of Raptor Bucks. I wish I could give you Raptor Bucks. What if you could use feathers to redeem farts? Technically, we have a separate currency in the chat called feathers. If you type !feathers, you will probably see how many feathers you have. They aren't used for anything yet, so I don't really talk about them, but you probably have feathers. Somehow Lazy Fangs has more feathers than me, even though I'm the broadcaster. Very weird. Stalking. Please let this be the only thing that I needed to do. Please. Lord Raptor Jesus. Shine brightly on my little homestead today, sir. Come on, Spoon. I'm not gonna hit the breakpoint this time. I just want to see if the numbers work out. Well, I see 3 numbers. Index 5, 6, and then 9 because we had 11. That's correct. Yeah. We were just missing one node. Everything else, I was like trying to debug code that I'm sure looks fine. I'm like, this is all correct. I wrote all of this correct. Just was missing one node. Of course. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. Our next step and the last step, which should be the easiest, is to have the what's it called? The info panels, which are simply going to be these. This one for ingredients, and then the potion one that we have in the bartering confirmation. Okay, I'll be right back. BRB. But all the banned things. There are very few topics on my chat that will get you banned. We've talked about abortion. We've talked about racist stuff, and I don't know, lots of crazy shit. We like getting into philosophical. Oh, we've had somebody argue for eugenics on stream. That was interesting. That was an interesting day. Playing Elden Ring, talking about eugenics. Okay, oh yeah, info panels. That should be easy. Now, I did update the... There's a couple things we need to do here. We don't have the selection anymore. We just have hovering. So that's good. We need to put info panels up. We can switch panels based on whether or not we're looking at potions or ingredients. That should be okay. Let me take off this debug because it's very annoying. Where's that other print screen that I have? Add an S to that sign that says desert and put a chocolate cake where it leads. Why is that so tempting? Where is my print screen? What an inventory item is it? Where are you? Had an idea for a game which is just intentionally full of mistakes, like a world that's all wrong. They've already made that screen. That's called Concord. Here it is. Yeah, I mean, you look at this and you tell me this is a world where everything is right. Oh, you don't mean, okay, you don't mean like it's shit. Oh, it just puns everywhere. Okay, I see. You would like, and this isn't exactly similar, but I think you would enjoy it if that's kind of your interest. A game called Jazz Punk. It's filled with a lot of dry humor and jokes like this. And it is a trip. Highly recommend. Now we have inventory panels. We could put them onto the inventory screen. We have info panels. I have an ingredient info panel and I have a potion info panel. Potion. Where's info? Inventory potion info panel. You have an air fryer? I have a dehydrator. I've been using it pretty recently to, I tried drying some bananas. They worked out pretty well. And then I did apple chips. And those are pretty good too. I don't think they were as dry as they needed to be, but they were still tasty. And next I'm going to try some jerky, but I need to get a hold of some lean beef. Air fryers are like speedrun ovens for one person. Those just sound like mini ovens. Like pizza ovens. Like, why wouldn't I just use a little mini oven? They're basically air versions of deep fat fryers. How do you fry without oil though? They circulate heat. This just looks like an oven. It's just like a mini oven but different shape. Ones without the glass door are air fryers. Okay. Give me a use case scenario for this over an oven. Just to help me understand. Take less time to preheat and the food is cooked better. Cooked better than an oven? I've never cooked something in an oven and it was improperly cooked. Breaded chicken. So you can fry breaded chicken, for instance, in the air fryer without having to fully dip it in oil. And does that only work for things that you fry then? Because, I mean, that is nice. That's a lot better than heating up a big thing of oil and fucking up your kitchen. And what do you do with all the oil? So it's similar to deep frying for things that you would normally deep fry. Not the same, but similar. And in other cases, it is just an oven. Essentially. I mean, okay, it's cool. I think I'd still just, I don't know, get a mini oven. Or if I already have an oven that's pretty new and efficient, it works well. Because like it takes me 15 minutes to heat up a pizza that I get right now, which is no problem at all. Replaces deep fat fryers. Well, I need to be... maybe the reason I'm not utilizing it as much is because I need to lose weight, not gain more. I will anchor it to the upper left, I think. That's gonna hit the hotbar. I can make it smaller. Can I make it smaller? Shit. I should be able to use a scale box. Hold on. I'm gonna override the scale. can. So it's a little bit too small. Fuck. Always in weight in the long term by eating less, you just gotta exercise more. What you eat is more important than portion sizes. Man, I found the opposite out. Like, I used to weigh nearly 200 pounds. I lost like 70 of that, 60 to 70 of that, just by eating less. I didn't change what I ate, I just ate less. Just had a calorie deficit. Oh, decades? Yeah, I don't want to lose weight in decades. I want to lose weight in like 3 months. See, I'm gonna like destroy my health to lose weight really quickly. I'll stabilize, and then I will gain weight back by binge eating and drinking, and then I'll repeat the cycle. Like, it's just a cycle for me. Lose weight really fast, stabilize, binge eat and drink, get fat, get depressed, lose weight unhealthily, and that's how I live. My liver loves me. It really shouldn't be laid out like this. I know why I do it this way, but I should not do it this way. Let me fix that. If I size it to content like this, it'll look better when moving it, and I can throw that into a overlay box a bit better and have it anchored to the same start point. The only thing I'll have to update is the barter pop-up, which I forget where that is. Here. I mean, I will say I should exercise. Like, there's no doubt about that. I wouldn't mind streaming while exercising, to be honest. I think I'd have more motivation to do it. Why can I not change the anchoring? I need to re-upload? No worries. Oh, it's because it's locked. Boy. Yeah, anything on that that's not 16:9 is going to have a problem, but for the most part these days people are using 16:9 or 16:10 aspect ratios. Unless some crazed programmer gets a hold of my game and tries playing with a vertical monitor. I have nobody to blame but themselves if that happens. It does look a little bit weird with 20. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, wrap that with an overlay, and then in the overlay we'll also put the ingredient info panel. Which also has the same issue. Fantastic. Why did it... Whatever, let me fix this one too. Fuck you. Where do we use this? Ooh. The alchemy HUD and the commission's reward pop up. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, jar list item. We only reference it in there, it isn't part of that HUD. We'll have to fix the alchemy HUD. A lot of hard references, that's what I like. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, the reason why we've made so much progress in 130 days is because I don't give a shit about the code structure. And that's exactly how it should be done. This is not the project that will be used in the vertical slice. It won't. We make a new project and we make new code structure. So all of this bad structure just needs to exist as a reference for the programmers. And the faster we do that, the better. I've tried to prototype before by doing proper code structure. Man, does it waste a lot of time. You realize after spending like 2 weeks working on something small that, oh wow, I could have been 5 times further than I am right now if I just didn't care. And a lot of indie devs make that mistake. They work on the same project from start to finish, and that's really going to force a lot of refactoring. I argue for a different approach if your game is large enough to move on from your prototype project and make a new project starting fresh. And you'll have learned a lot. You'll have gotten rid of a lot of your unknown unknowns. And you can build the proper code architecture there with your GDD in hand. Always do better code every time you do something, but you should really just get the project done. Yeah. Undertale, all the dialogue is one switch statement, yep. I mean, there's an efficiency point, right? Where I think having to redo your code in your pre-production, moving from your pre-production to your full production, which is your first playable to your vertical slice, that is the best time to do a code reset. Because you'll have eliminated the most number of problems and unknowns in your project if you do your pre-production properly. After that, you will probably have to do some refactors. Every single thing you do will create tech debt. It's just which tech debt will we have to pay back? And if you work on a larger project from start to finish on that same project, you're going to have a lot of tech debt that will have to be paid back, and a lot of problems down the line. And it's not that it's undoable, it's that it will just require more and more and more time. And, you know, remaking your game from scratch is debt, right? Absolutely, there's no question about that. But I think that is debt that results in a more stable product. Or project, I think I should say. Although, it's more stable project will end up with a more stable product too. The better your code base, the more you can do with it in the future. My solution is never pay it back and pretend it doesn't exist. You and a lot of studios. You and an awful lot of studios. Why do we have an image here? I have this image taking up the whole screen, and I think... What would I have done that for? Probably to prevent you from touching things in the background, but I can put that image somewhere else. I think I know exactly why that existed, but I can fix that. What are these aligned with? Full screen, upper left. Stop it. I think it was like that. It wasn't like this, was it? It might have been like this. No, it can't have been like... Shitty placeholder menus. Correct way to do is make the code modular. I disagree. I disagree. Modularity is the ideal, but it's not realistic in game dev. It takes too much time. Realistically, what you want to make modular are components that you think will be reused in future projects. Everything else should be scripted to whatever you need it to do. The ideal is modular, but if you try to go work at a company and make all your code modular, you won't get a job or you won't last long. Like, ideally, by pre-production, I'd like to have the entire game designed in the design document, ideally. Ideally, when I write a design document, I would like for everything to be perfect and for there to be no people who misunderstand it. But it just doesn't work like that. But here's the thing, if you plan to make, like for us, we plan to make games consistently that use our dialogue system. Therefore, our dialogue system should be probably a modular plugin that we can pull into every game we work on and we can iterate on as we work on it. That will save us time. But the alchemy system? Nah. Nope. It's a waste of very important development time, and even wasting 1 week of development time can cut into buffer period that I'd rather save for fixing bugs. Well, you can't predict everything, but I promise you, you cannot make fully modular code and get a professional game development job. It won't work. You can make great lectures, but it isn't realistic because game dev is on a very tight schedule, and having to delay your game by even 1, 2, or 3 weeks, God forbid even more than that, can have a very, very expensive cascading effect. Very expensive. Indies, I think indies are in a similar situation. I really think working on fully modular code it's an ideal. Making modular code is good, but you should only make the things modular that need to be modular and not waste time making everything modular that you're only going to use for that game. Background systems, subsystems, debugging tools, these are great to have as plug and play for any of your projects. Or if you work on only action RPGs, to have those core systems of, classes and systems of enemies and their health and how you calculate damage, that's great to have modular. But if you have, I don't know, some unique system in that game that you're not going to have in your future ARPGs, don't make that modular. It's a waste of time. Cutting even like 2 months from your budget can save you, in some cases, depending on your team size, millions of dollars. Cutting 1 week in some cases for certain games can save you upwards of $1 million or more, although those are usually the big AAA titles. Overlay. The potions might have more than 5 effects, but I think we'll be okay doing it this way and switching which one of these is visible. I'd recommend people to create a...
Anonymous tipped $1.50
Oh.
on a free coffee for you mniej niż 3.
Thank you, Anonymous, for tipping $1. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. I will spend it on hookers. Very cheap hookers with lots of STDs. Oh, it was Anonymous. I don't know who it was, but thank you so much for that. It wasn't me. Everybody say it wasn't me. And never give me money. That's fair. I recommend people to create a skeleton project for when they want to make multiple games. Stuff you can reuse without having to worry about losing part of it. Menus, settings, input menu systems. Sure, yeah. Make whatever possible from this plugins. Agree. Yep. I mean, otherwise it's not really plug and play if it's not a plugin. Get it? Because they call it plug in play? No? Okay. That actually just sounds like Unreal porn. What are your fetishes? I'm into plug and play. Anonymous is coming for you. Yeah, they are. Did you see I'll stream the plugin progress for procedural room spawning? I have not seen it yet. I haven't had the time, but I will. I think Tim Kane has a really good video about this sort of programming method. Maybe we should watch that today. Once I get these info panels working, we can maybe watch it. How far away from the edge is that? 68? I think it's 70. $10.80. Wait, that's the wrong one. Let's eyeball it. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. I'm anal about this. 1, 2. Yeah, it's actually it's pretty close. All right, by default, we will make both of these collapse. Perfect. That works. And when switching tab, which we do where? Where do we do it? Inventory list, switch tab. Do we have a reference to the invent? No, we don't. Let's make one. Do construct. Inventory ref. We can do it at the end of this. Not gonna be a big deal. I post progress in Discord, maybe make it later open source. You should share stuff publicly too. How much lore do you have for this game? Like what kind of lore? For this game world, you mean? I am working on that in the background. And I think we will go through the document together when I reach a milestone with it. It may change some of the things regarding our world, but not much. We're getting there. Alright, we need the inventory ref. I could make a function here, but I think I'll just do, yeah, you know, I'll make a function. Switch info panel. B is potion. Keep it simple. The good thing is, so I don't know if you were here yesterday for our strategy document that we went over, but we talked a bit about how we want to make all of our games in a shared universe, or as many as we can, not all of them, but Cauldron Chronicles is the first one in that shared universe. And because of the way that Cauldron Chronicles is built, it is intentionally built so that the player is not around any major settlement, so that we can drip feed lore from the NPCs that you meet, and we can determine which characters and places that we talk about seem to be the most interesting, and then we can further develop those with games as we progress throughout our universe. And I think that's a good way to start. That way we don't have to like dive deep into, now you need to know all of this world history. Well, what the fuck do you know? You're an alchemist in the middle of the woods, out in the middle of nowhere. You weren't growing up in a city. You don't really know it. You just know that you know how to make potions. You know the force. You know how to do the things that you know how to do. And so then when you meet a character, you can learn about the world from their perspective. Maybe like Spoon, our goblin, only really knows Golemstone, the city that he grew up in, and the sewers at best is what he knows the most. But he can tell you about Golemstone. He can tell you a little bit about the world as he sees it, and some of the races that you might come across and things like that. And then you can start to put that into knowledge. Maybe best to focus on the active story, but allow other stories to leak into like what you're... Yeah, exactly. I think that's the best way to start a universe. On the other end of the spectrum, you have a game like... Oh god, what was the RPG, the ARPG, or CRPG, sorry, that Obsidian made? Does anybody remember that? Obsidian CRPG. Tyranny. My god, Tyranny was a pretty good game. I enjoyed it. But holy shit, does it just throw lore at you like men throw dollar bills at whores. Holy shit, does this happen. And it's really, really overwhelming You just start like you get thrown all these names and all these events, and you're like, I cannot remember this fast enough. And for me, it took me a long time to really get a grasp on what the game world was and how like the magic systems worked and all these things. And I didn't really enjoy that aspect of it. It was too overwhelming for me to understand. Another example is Baldur's Gate 3, where because the market for Baldur's Gate 3 is so normie, sorry, hate to say it, but it's trying to get more people into CRPGs, right? Unfortunately, the game suffers, especially the world suffers, because it doesn't give you enough lore of the Forgotten Realms that would really help you to get immersed into that world. Like, it doesn't tell you any of this stuff. You're just either supposed to know about the Forgotten Realms, or you can kind of enjoy the game as a fantasy CRPG. There was a funny tweet, too, when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out that said, they should make more games in the Baldur's Gate 3 universe. And it's like, you know what? That's exactly who this game was marketed to. Yeah, I love that tweet. If I can find it. They should make more games in the BG3. I can't find it. Can't find it. Somebody already got custom maps loading in BG3. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll say this without spoilers. I think Baldur's Gate 3 for me was like a 7 out of 10. And it's mainly because of the characters and story took it down for me. Some characters just are barely developed. Get out of here. Get out of your node. I think the combat is some of Valerian's best so far. If Valerian keeps going down this road with evolving their combat system and integrating certain aspects of 5e into their future games, holy shit, they will have the best CRPGs on the market, without a doubt. Okay, is potion panel true? Set it to collapsed. Custom campaigns. I know people were comparing Baldur's Gate 3 to Starfield a lot, and in defense of a engine that gets a lot of flack, I think the Creation engine is one of the best game engines that has ever been made, because it is so moddable. It has problems. Solasta got us to I love Solasta. I think Solasta was a great game. It was very linear, but it was a very good adaptation of 5e, and it was very enjoyable to play. I think for non-5e players it might be somewhat confusing. I know a few of my friends didn't fully understand it first. Yeah, 5e is definitely, I think, confusing. What was it doing? I need to inventory, switch info panel. Is potion panel. Have you looked at modding? Modding for Unreal is not the easiest thing in the world. I'd also have to ask myself, what would players be modding in? And can my systems be designed in such a way that modding additional things in would be possible? And that's exactly why the Creation engine is so good. It is probably one of the most moddable engines in the world. And especially Pathfinder. I know people like, oh, well, the animations of characters and cutscenes don't look as good in games like Starfield. They look better in Cyberpunk. Well, Cyberpunk is fully... It's fully motion captured. You can't mod in new stuff unless you can pull in motion captured scenes, which barely anybody has access to. You know, and for same with is generally true with Baldur's Gate 3 for cutscenes where characters move around. Now, the reason Starfield and the creation engine looks so kind of janky sometimes in cutscenes is because they often don't do motion capture for characters moving between points. They do it for, you know, smaller details, like a character doing something specific. And that's why, you know, that's what makes games like into the creation engine so easily moddable for players to make new quests, make new maps, make new content, is a lot of times the jankiness that you think doesn't look as good as Cyberpunk or other motion captured games. Sure, it doesn't, but you can't really mod those games as easily. To look at Mod.io, I saw Mod.io as well. I know of Mod.io. But it looked a bit confusing to set up for me too. Let's see if this works. Okay, step 1. Step 2 should be much easier. So we already actually have the functions set up for this, we just unhook them. And they are right here. Potion. Well, we need to switch. We would need to grab 2 separate things. So hold on. We need to do a branch on is potion. I think dedicated modders will try. I mean, look at what... I mean, what I'm saying is that it's not that modders won't try, it's that modding creation engine games is, compared to other games that are 3D, open world, big RPGs like this, it is almost by far the best engine to mod compared to any of the other ones. It is inventory potion info panel, right? Inventory potion info panel, but that's only if it is a potion. Or we grab the reference directly from... Yeah, you know what? Let's do it that way. It's a little bit safer. Little bit safer. Potion in. Still someone trying to remake Vampire the Masquerade in Skyrim. Oh my god. Pretty cool though. I will say, I think, you know, players aren't wrong to say that a game looks worse. Like, yeah, sure, animations of Starfield don't look as good as Cyberpunk. But you need to ask yourself, why is that? And why was it specifically designed to do that? And the benefit of character walking, going up to an item and like leaning against it, making that generic, means that you can move that item around the room, and now the character, when it's called, hey, character, stand up from your chair, move over to this item and lean on it will work, and you don't need to do anything else. And that saves a lot of development time compared to, oh, we need to reshoot this because we changed the layout of the room, and now the old motion capture data, it doesn't line up. You know, they each have bonuses and negatives. Only Starfield is mocapped. The all-face animation still use that tool since Oblivion. It has been improved, though. I think that most of the problems that I had with Starfield's faces were of NPCs that didn't have names. Like NPCs that didn't matter. All the other NPCs, the named ones, the ones that appeared in cutscenes, they looked very good. In fact, I think Starfield was one of their engine's best improvements. It just, the game was kind of lackluster. Yeah, it's what it is. I didn't hate the game. I just think the game, I think somebody said it best. I don't remember who it was, but Starfield took risks, but at the same time it didn't take risks. And I can respect it for taking the risks that it wanted to take, but it didn't go deep enough. And the procedurally generated, the random NPC faces kind of suck. And the procedural generation of the maps, I think, was something that they needed to double down on. They needed to say, okay, we're randomly generating points of interest. We need to add another layer to this. We need to say, do these points of interest make sense for this world? Do we have enough variety in our points of interest that during an average play session for a player, they might come across the same place maximum of 2 or 3 times? But they didn't. They didn't put enough variety in there. Modded Skyrim is great, though. I think Skyrim was so amazing, it was really hard to follow that up, so Starfield kind of fell short. Engine-wise, Starfield is good. I just think the game-wise, every single game that Bethesda makes, it's just a little bit less of an RPG, a little bit less of an RPG. And by the time that Starfield comes out, it feels... maybe whitewashed isn't the word here, but it just feels... I mean that in like the case that's been, it's bland, right? It's lost its flavor. I like the perk system in Starfield, but the rest of the game just does not feel like much of an RPG. It feels like a shooter. It feels like a looter shooter. Where are my big dialogue decisions that change the way the game functions? And to be fair, the game does have that. I think that Starfield has very good faction quest lines. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Ranting about Bethesda while trying to program is not the greatest thing. That was Fallout 4's issue as well, that you can't be evil. Yeah, I also felt that with Fallout 4. I agree with that. But it felt even worse in Starfield. They just keep like taking steps back with what an RPG means. And if you go back to Morrowind or Oblivion or, Skyrim, I think was a decent middle ground between RPG that's deep enough for the deep people to enjoy it, but not deep enough to fuck with the casual base. You know, the people who like casual Elder Scrolls probably aren't going to play Morrowind. They might play Oblivion. They for sure play Skyrim. And they've probably for sure played all the other games if they're interested in the Fallout universe or the Starfield universe. But now the people who love Morrowind and Oblivion's depth, because they're old school RPG fans, are looking at everything from like Fallout 4 and past and being like, where's my RPG? Switch info panel. First, we probably need to get that panel. I guess something like Baldur's Gate 3 you can be good or evil, but natural is basically impossible sometimes. There is a lot of that in Baldur's Gate where you have, I've used Artistry Draft before, but I haven't found too much use for it personally. I don't think it's bad, I don't know enough about it, and I kind of prefer other tools. But, you know, whatever works best is for you is what works best. I didn't like in Baldur's Gate 3 that it felt very difficult to... There weren't a lot of moral decisions in Baldur's Gate 3. There weren't a lot of times where I'm scratching my head saying, well, shit, I don't know if I should make this decision because this has this ethical, dilemmas. This one has this ethical dilemmas. I'm in a conundrum here. I don't know what to choose. It's very black and white in Baldur's Gate. In many cases. Although I think Act 1 has more of those choices than later acts. Get the inventory potion panel. Info panel. What are my events that I have in here? Build info panel with the ingredient. I love how I call these different things. Build info panel or setup panel. Wonderful. Naming conventions, what are those? Before we do that, we need to get potion. From index. I don't think it's too much spoilers, but you know how in Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3 there's a quest with a witch. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, mute the stream until I hold up the OK sign. There is a quest in Baldur's Gate 3 that includes a witch where at the end of it you have to decide if you saved this girl, I think her name's Mayrina, if you decide to save her, she talks about raising her husband from the dead. I think that's good. I like that. What was unfortunately not present in the most of the rest of Baldur's Gate 3 for me was those kinds of decisions, because it's like, well, I get it, but it's like, but that's not your husband anymore. But it's like, I get that you want this, but he's probably gonna kill you. It's a zombie. Like that was a difficult dilemma for me to choose of, do I help her? And what happens if I help her? And, you know, I snapped the wand in front of her. I said, you know what? This is going to be a harsh reality. Nothing can bring your husband back. Snap. And it felt shit, but I don't know. But I like that. That's a good quest. I really enjoyed that. It's ingredient from index. I need to build the ingredient, but I need the ingredient ID. Do I have a reverse function to grab the ingredient ID from the ingredient data? I don't think I do. also completely avoid combat by reading a book in a wizard tower. I like that too. Get ingredient. You know, I'm gonna pass the ingredient ID through to that too. That'll save me like a lot of headache. Oh look, there we go. Now it's working. Might as well pass the data in. And I think, you know, you played Cauldron Chronicles. You might have been able to pick up. Well, you didn't because you got Spoon killed. But the fact that you got him killed, you know, it shows that there's this micro reactivity to the things you do. That making potions is a very... You're a specialist, and if you don't do your job specifically correctly, bad things could happen. Just sleeping for a very long time, exactly. I'd be curious to know what... Actually, I'll watch your video, so I'll know what potion you gave. Actually, you know, I might be able to find it now. Where's your video? Oh, you made it unavailable, but guess what? I still have it available on my second monitor. I pulled it up before you removed it. Don't worry, I'll mute it so that you can fix the audio. I feel like I got it right. Where did it happen? Oh, you're covering up the, specifically which one it is. Do you know if it said... There's a little bit of debug test under his name and info. Do you remember if it said 2A or 2B? Poison you gave me... Oh, this is like perfect. The one I asked for at least. I'm not very happy. It's possible. Let's see. Let's see what you gave him. Oh, it's because the main potion didn't have any effects. This is the one that you gave him, right? Or did you close out of this? That shouldn't... Yeah, that'd be why. So he didn't like it because you gave him that. And 2B... Yeah, no worries. That shit happens. And the other one probably wasn't... Yeah, you didn't give him a secondary potion because he wanted a paralysis poison to interrogate the leader. So... Which one would that have ended into? You don't remember that. This is all very, very useful information for me, actually. What kind of poison do you need? Yeah, you didn't ask him anything else. Because if you ask him what he wants to use the potion for, he mentions that he's going to go into this bandit camp. He wants to interrogate the leader. And that's where you can say, oh, maybe, you know, I can make this other potion that might be helpful. Which actually is exactly what... You did the thing that I think most gamers would expect from this game. Which is you get the potion that they ask for you. You make the potion. Quest complete, right? And what I'm trying to do is make a game where, as a specialist, you need to ask, well, hey, hold on. You're going to this dungeon. What's in this dungeon? Because I can make you this potion you think you need, but maybe you need some additional effects on there to protect against what's in there. oh, there's poisonous spiders in that dungeon. I can make you something that protects against the poison too. Oh, I didn't know that. That will be helpful as well. So you playing this like the typical game helps a lot. And yeah, I'm gonna be watching that in more depth later when you do the re-upload. Very, very helpful to me. "45 minutes or so, I'll edit post when it's live." I know it's a lot to ask, and you don't have to record it, but if you have the time, try giving it another playthrough and see how asking him because even going into and talking about his lore will change certain aspects of how he speaks to you, or it might even open new encounters. All of that matters. This is going to be an RPG at its root. I can give you a kind of a spoiler example where if you ask him about his dreams, he mentions that he wants to open up this pawn shop. Only by doing that, only by asking him about his dreams, will he later on tell you that, hey, after my pawn shop's open, I'll come tell you about how it is. That's the only way. There is one where you ask him about if he's done anything crazy, and I'll just say, if you ask him about that and you convince him to do something in that dialogue, you will have another potion that you'll have to make for him near the end of his encounters to deal with some additional thing. Hey, James Wilson. I was so upset to learn that I need a better graphics card to do PCG. Oh, really? Better graphics card to do procedural generation? Like it's necessary, or it just like crashes or something? I didn't know that. What am I doing? I need to make some potions. What I need to do. Crash just freezes every time I do it. Does the GPU crash or does the engine crash? Because maybe it's just a bug with whatever is trying to be procedurally generated. There we go. I just gotta do a little bit of work to what happens when your mouse leaves. But other than that, that's working fine. I mean, the good thing is we already had these info panels made, so I just have to plug them in. I'm also gonna have a linear story or more just free roam. It's more of a sandboxy story. I'm going to do my best to make it so that you do not need any of the NPCs to be alive to complete the game, to reach an end goal. And instead it'll be more like, I guess like Fallout New Vegas, where at the end of the game you have those ending cards to see what happened to different factions or characters. And that's how we're going to do it. So you can do your best. I don't know if we can keep everybody alive, but you can keep characters alive. You can kill them. You can tell them to fuck off. And at the end of the game, you will have information on every single one of them and what happened to them. And then with the main story, there will be a main story dealing with like this corruption that's overtaking the land. At least that's what it is for right now. It might change. And that will have different endings, but you do not need any of the characters alive to do that, but they might help you if you do keep them alive, for instance, or they might make the game play differently. I'm probably going to be adding this mage character into the game that, if you help him, can teach you a couple of spells, which will be the only way to obtain spells in the game. So there will be some rather game-changing effects that helping NPCs might give you. There might be another one that we've talked about internally that can almost act as this farseer, right? That she will be able to kind of read into the future a little bit, or tell you a bit more about some characters in this very mysterious way, but only if you don't get her killed right away. If you get her killed, then she's not in your game, and therefore she can't help you. Spoon found Fork that ate babies together, and then everyone ate Spoon is tradition. You know, the funny thing you say that is Fork is a named character in Spoon's story. And there is also a version of a story that you can find which will have him getting married and having a baby, which may or may not be named Teaspoon. So there are some different branches to Spoon's story here. His knife run, there isn't knife, there is rake. No, rake isn't a character. Rake is an object. Fork, wait, Spoon. Fork is a character. Rake is the object. Okay, hold on. The thing is that sewer goblins have a weird naming convention where they are named after the first word they say, and because they live in the sewers, there's a lot of goblins named Turd or something. It's not the greatest. Bowls are separate. You can get into a very, very long, heated discussion with Spoon about spoons. We wrote a lot of lore about spoons. I don't know if you went into any of his lore. That's not where it is. Where is it? It's this one. And this is all of the lore about spoons. Yeah, this is a game where talking to NPCs, but I don't want it talking to NPCs just be there for flavor. I want talking to be there to change the game. By learning about characters, you can better serve them, or they might be more inclined to come back to you for various things. If you were just there as a transactional agreement, that's all they're ever going to be to you. It's difficult. I think there's going to be a bit of a learning experience for players of, hey, this is what the game is. This is what other games with dialogue are. And this is what our game with dialogue is. Remember the old days of amazing CRPGs and all the deep dialogue and how it would change the story? That's what we want, but in an alchemy game. And that has been the most challenging thing to communicate to players. Oh, I need to fix this too. Hold on. We're an RPG player back then. Okay. That's good to know. Why is there a blur on this? Oh no, there isn't a blur on that. Yeah, that's good. RTS player. RTSs are a lot of fun. I would love to see a return of good RTS games. Has had new life for you? Yeah. Oh, I know. I miss good RTSs. I would like to see something similar to happen to RTS games that I think Larian has done very well for turn-based strategy games. Because there was this decline of turn-based strategy games, but Larian, I think, has really pushed that back into the limelight. Inventory item. We can hide the panel. Maybe we hide the panel. I could make an enum or which potion panel to show, so either none inventory or none ingredients or potions. Do we think that would look better? Maybe. Tried Armored Battaniel because it's made from the original CNC games, but it's all about getting max upgrades out of battle. Let's see. Data, inventory. Enum E. Inventory panel. Do show. Sounds like you're getting a lot of upgrades soon. That's pretty exciting. None potions. Ingredients. This will be the easiest way to handle. Panel to show. Select. I'm gonna stream tonight more Hogwarts Legacy. I enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know how far you are in it, so I don't know how much I can speak on things without spoiling. Let me try to remember how did I enjoy that game? Hogwarts and Hogsmeade were amazing. Very, very well made. Okay, so barely started. I liked a couple of the characters' quest lines. The others I think were really eh. But Hogwarts and Hogsmeade were really, really cool. They were really well made, really well modeled, and it felt amazing to explore them. Especially seeing all the common rooms. Those were really fun. I don't recommend being a completionist in that game. That's what I wanted to say. Do not be a completionist. Do not explore everything. Only engage in the side content that you find fun. Like the open world stuff. Because there are tons of these stupid, I don't know, druid trials that are horrible. There's like a million of them. They don't give you anything worthwhile. Don't do it to yourself. But the map chamber and room of requirements. I like the room of requirements in Hogwarts Legacy. I don't think it was utilized as well as it could have though. But it's still very well made. And it's to a very high level of quality. I guess that'd be my only complaint. You know what? I have a friend group that I posted my review on. Where was that? Hogwarts Legacy. Did I give it a score? Oh, damn it, I can't. I can't screenshot. Hold on. Oh yeah, I said Hogwarts Hogsmeade Immersion 9.5 out of 10, Combat 8.5 out of 10, Variety of Activities 8 out of 10, Open World 6 out of 10, Main Story 7 out of 10, Characters 7.5 out of 10, overall 8 out of 10. And I wrote, as a Hogwarts simulator, combat was great, art and models, balanced and approachable, great. Not great for completionists, never truly felt like a student, and no chance to get close to other characters outside of quests. Those were my only complaints. Baby's first RPG? Yeah, that's a great way to put it. It's very, very casual friendly, and I think that if you go into it not knowing that, you might be a bit disappointed. If you're expecting that, I think that it's very good. Like, this is meant for people who, like you said, baby's first RPG. This is the first time that they're experiencing a game like this. I wish it was styled more like Bully, where you actually had classes. I kind of agree, yeah. I don't know if you played the original Harry Potter, Sorcerer's Stone Chamber of Secrets, and Prisoner of Azkaban on PC. Those games kind of had... I liked how those games were styled. I think all we need to do is this. This one only? I think they were different though. There's a weird circumstance where the PlayStation 1 and PC versions, and I think the GameCube version of the original Harry Potter games, are all actually completely different games. Because they were made by different studios. It's a very weird time. But either way, I really enjoyed those games. Panel to show. Switch info panel, potion. Refresh. We'll have to replay them on PC. I definitely recommend it. They were really fun. But I agree with that. I wish that I could actually go to classes and learn, and it wasn't so linear in Hogwarts Legacy. I think the one that I play the most, I think, is Chamber of Secrets. The second game for the Harry Potter series. I don't recall if I play... No, I think it's Chamber of Secrets, the one that I play the most, because it is just really, really cool. When we switch tab, we shouldn't make that visible. We should take that out of switch tab. The spacing between things is a bit awkward, but it is what it is. It's a prototype. Gotta remind myself, just a prototype. And we need to make sure that we do it on the hotbar slots too, that we show the info panel. Okay, two things. Inventory list, get rid of these switch info panels. And then we want to copy this over to hotbar slot. I am a hotbar slut. Clip it, don't clip it. No. Mom. Chat's clipping again. All this shit I don't need. Cool thing is we should have enough time today to do some Tim Kaine videos. We can talk about game dev. Education. Okay, do we have an inventory ref? We have an inventory hotbar ref. Make my life easy, please. GDC? Not exactly. Tim Kaine was the one of the people who worked on original Fallout. And he's had his hand in a lot of RPGs as well. Fallout 1, Fallout 2. What's it called? Outer Worlds. Arcanum. Wildstar. And he makes really good videos that he makes really good 10-15 minute videos that we often turn into 1 hour long videos, because they're just full of good information. You know, I like to think about it. He changes my mind. He makes me think about things. We love him. Wish Fallout Together was a thing so I could play Fallout 4 New Vegas with my girlfriend. That would be cool. I'd love to see if Skyrim Together ever gets an update for when they release Skywind and Skyblivion. I would go crazy. But probably not. We'll see. That's a lot to ask for. I remember a quote from him or someone else in charge saying that a programmer would take 2 weeks for something that took him 45 minutes. That can happen. Yeah. I mean, there's different ways that people work. In some ways, I'm a very slow designer. But I'm also usually more accurate and detailed than other designers that I've worked with. Whereas they often have to spend a lot of time fixing and updating their design. I tend not to, although I do still have to do it. Potion. Actually, we know it's a potion. We don't even need to do this. We just jump right in. Potion. I'm a very low-level thinker, so I spend a bit more time thinking about things, but don't tend to create holes in my design, which is something I notice with a lot of junior developers, especially junior designers. Need to hide it on mouse leave. I was on the other team, I don't know reverse engineer or would. I'd make sure there's the catch requirement modders could implement for multiplayer that wouldn't know what this looks like. Yeah, I don't know what amount of work went into making Skyrim together, and if it works when you have a completely different world with its own, especially in regards to Morrowind, but also Oblivion have their own systems for like spell creation and enchanting, I believe. So I don't really know what it looks like. If you do professional, you'd probably, well, if you're an indie team, you'd have to do both high and low level. But I think every designer has their specialty. And if you're good with programming, there's a high chance that you'll be better with low level design as opposed to high level. But high level is important because it determines the direction of your game. But I've met a lot of high level designers that cannot do low level. But I think almost any low level designer can do high level. They may just not be as quick as other designers at it. Find the functions, hook into them as an interface, and call the correct response within multiplayer. I mean, if that's all it is, maybe it'll work easily, but I don't know. What is the difference between high level and low level? Here's a good example. Cauldron Chronicles is a game where we have potion combat, so you can make potions and throw them at enemies and use them to solve environmental puzzles. That's high level. You could also just think of that as an idea. It's easy to do. Anybody on Reddit or Twitter or whatever in your Discord can do that thing, can give you high level design. What is the main challenging thing is taking that low level and saying, okay, how does it work? How does it look? How does it sound? How does it behave? How do we balance this? What are the properties that need to be exposed for designers here? How do I communicate this to each of the team members in order to have them effectively make it? Which is also why I tell game designers, like, hey, game design is not about having ideas. Anybody can have ideas. One of the biggest challenges with game design comes from communication. How do you talk to other team members to make sure that your sound designers know what something should sound like? Or to your programmers to know how they should make it and which variables need to be exposed for you to... Oh. I shouldn't show anything when we hover over that. That's an empty slot. Need to fix that. I feel like I could be good at both, in that case, hit him with a stick. That is the answer, yeah. Most of low-level design, in my opinion, takes experience. Like, you need to know the lingo and the challenges of your art team in order to accurately blueprint how the art should look. You know, what do you envision here? Is there an animation to it? How long should the animation play? What should happen? Should we allow the player to cancel the animation? Should the player be able to open up an inventory while the animation, a menu while the animation is playing? And a lot of these things you may not catch in the design documentation or during a call for planning it. They will be bugs that will be reported, or you'll be playing it yourself and say, oh, that shouldn't work that way. In which case, then you fix that. But the more that you reasonably expect and can put into documentation beforehand it will just save you a lot of time down the road. Now you don't need to waste QA's time by having them file a bug report and having them retest it. Now you don't have to take the time to set up a meeting with the lead programmer or with the relevant programmer to get this fixed. Now it doesn't need to go to production to plan for and put into a future sprint. And that is exactly why pre-production exists, so you can get rid of a lot of those big hurdles early on and say, okay, our high level said we're going to have potion combat that works like this, but during prototyping we realized that the solution we were going to use was not the right one, and instead we used this solution, which allowed us to do more. Now we save the time. Now when making a vertical slice, we know, hey, we know which solution we want to use. It's this one. And if you want information on how it works, here's the GDD, here's the prototype. Make this, but with our new code base. What was I doing? Yeah, for some reason the slot on mouse enter, we just need to see is occupied. Easy game. We have an older video, but I think one that's still good on the known unknown matrix and how you can use it in game development. And I think that's a really great video if anybody's interested. Okay, that's working. Usually you see some issues in games like Skyrim when it comes to design, like magic doesn't seem to be fully considered. It's not super well integrated, is it? Especially into like the lore. I can find that that YouTube video. Let's see, on our channel. This is Tim Kaine. I love that. That thumbnail. Oh, that's my studio. Spoilers! I don't really care if people see stats. We need to make more of these. Known unknown matrix. A 13-minute talk from my old camera and old there you go. Hydration makes all removal of combat items pointless. I agree. Like it's cool. I think they knew that it would be okay to break the immersion a little bit in order to make a fun spell system. Although I think the spells are kind of, they're good for sandbox. I think they're not always great for balance. And that's probably why Skyrim is so enjoyable, because it's not about being a balanced game, it's about being a fun sandbox and playing any character that you want to play. Similar to like Divinity. Divinity is not a very balanced game. It is very easy to break Divinity. But it's a fun sandbox. And that arguably makes it a more fun game than if it was properly balanced. Look at Helldivers is a good example. Helldivers 2, by trying to be more balanced instead of just doubling down on what was fun and saying, who the fuck cares if this gun makes this enemy really easy? They kind of ruined the game. They went too far. Now it's not all about fun, it's about, well, does this do enough damage compared to, or this does too much damage compared to something else? That's fine. I don't see any bugs on the outset. I think we have, until we do some more deeper testing with it, I think we've successfully completed our new inventory with hotbar, which saves me a lot of time and money had I just purchased one that already existed. And now I have the knowledge of how to do it. The only thing I think I'll add on to it later is that it doesn't tell you how many ingredients of that type you own. And I would like to have that information somewhere. We can do that though. But I'm going to save that for next time, and what we'll do now is jump over to do some Tim Kaine videos. Do some education. It's a good place to stop because we've successfully made it. We've ironed out those bugs that we found. It feels pretty good. Thank the Lord. Alright, I will end the YouTube recording there. Not the stream. How about YouTube?